Good evening, and I will call to order the March 8th, 2023 City of Calabasas Regular Council meeting. And tonight I'm joined by Mayor Pro Tem Weintraub, Council members Albrecht, Bezagian, and Kraut, as well as our city manager, city attorney, and staff. If you'd like to provide public comment and you're in person, please complete a speaker card right in the back and give it to our city clerk. If you're joining us via Zoom, please raise your hand by pressing or indicating *9, or if you're joining via phone, *6 to unmute yourself when the item you'd like to comment on comes on. For items not on the agenda, please wait for my announcement for oral communication public comment. When you're called to speak, please state your name and the city you live in, and you'll be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the city council regarding any item within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Tonight, we are thrilled to have, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Boy Scout Troop 127.
Color guard, attention. Audience, please rise. Color guard, advance. Audience, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Color guards, post the colors. Color guard salute. 2. Color guards dismissed. Audience at ease.
Thank you very much. Fantastic job. Great way to start our meeting with a full house tonight. May I have a motion to approve the agenda with items 4 and 5 to be tabled to a future meeting?
So moved.
Second. Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope. Passes 5-0. All right, we'll move on to new business. That's consideration and approval of appointment of Ann Park by Councilmember Bezagian to the Library Commission, and I believe she's on Zoom tonight. Madam Clerk, before we begin, Councilmember Bezagian, would you like to say anything?
I just want to say that I spoke with Anne and was very impressed with her credentials, and I'm sure she'll make an outstanding addition to the library. I know that she and her family have used the library for many years, and I wish her the best. I hope she comes on to Zoom.
Well, we have connectivity.
There she is. Okay.
Hi there. I'm so sorry. I'm in transit from a meeting, trying to get home.
We are glad you're here.
So good to see you guys.
And it's great to see you. Are there any council comments on this item?
Nope, we're just excited to have you as a commissioner.
Yes.
Any members of the public? Oh, pardon me. I'm sorry, Ann. What?
Oh, no, I was just saying thank you.
Okay. Any members of the public wishing to speak on this item? Any members, Madam Clerk, on Zoom or on?
No, Mr. Mayor. No
Okay.
comments.
All right. May I have a motion to approve this appointment?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Congratulations, and newly appointed commissioner. And now we are going to swear you in. I hope you're not driving.
Okay.
You're not
I'm
driving.
not driving.
Okay. Because I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand and repeat after me.
Okay.
All right. I, and state your name,
I, Ann Park,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution
that I will support and defend the Constitution
of the United States and
of
the,
the United
go ahead,
of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and that I take this obligation freely
and that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties about which I am about to enter.
Congratulations. You put your hand down.
Thank you so much. I'm excited.
We appreciate very much your being here. And I think this is a first. I don't think we've sworn anyone in a moving vehicle, at least in my term
I'm
here.
so sorry.
No, we're thrilled you are stepping up, and your resume was very impressive, and we look forward to seeing you in person.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing you too. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. All right,
Bye-bye.
Okay. All right. Bye.
bye. All right, we'll move on to council announcements. We'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Weintraub.
I don't have anything tonight.
Okay, we'll move to Council Member Albrecht.
Thank you. I have two announcements. One is going to be an ongoing announcement. I've been following, as everybody knows, Wild Walnut for many years, so I'm kind of stuck on that corner. So I'll be giving updates about the widening of Mulholland Highway. And right now, they're preparing the stamped concrete median. We have Public Works here. He knows all about it. And they're concluding that probably in the next week or two, depending on rain. And the electrical contractor is preparing and installing the foundation for the streetlight, which will be on the corner of Old Topanga and Mulholland Highway. Very excited about that. And again, depending on the weather and the rain, we'll see how fast that work is completed. And then on that same corner, I took a tour of the I should say that, Headwater Corners. I took a visit with the property that was there and toured it in its entirety on the perimeter, and it's quite amazing. So we're going to be working on that corner in the future and see if we can develop that properly.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Bazagian.
I actually did have one announcement. I did want to thank the staff and the Environmental Commission for putting on an excellent forum recently since our last meeting on drought tolerance and greenscape. And I thought it was very well attended for an in-person kind of meeting. And it had a lot of excellent information and speakers. So they are to be congratulated.
Absolutely. I second that. Mayor Pro Tem Weintraub.
Just wanted to make sure that everyone in our community is aware of the extension to file their taxes, because LA County was deemed by FEMA as one of the LA County, in terms of all the recent storms and floods, that there is an extension beyond the April 15th deadline. So that information is out there from the county assessor and in all of the media, but just want to make sure everyone is aware of that. And also that there are certain deductions allowed for improvements that had to be made, whether it be roof or whatnot. So just look into that as you get ready to prepare your taxes. Some of the rules have changed for LA County. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Kraut.
Thank you. I'm pretty sure I'm the only McMullen up here. So Mom would be so proud of the next two announcements I get to make.
Oh, sure.
The first one is that the Lucky Leprechaun Treasure Hunt is happening on March 18th at 8 a.m. at Grape Arbor Park. It's free for all ages, no registration required. And events will be going from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. So if you want to check it out or need more information, it's available on our city website at cityofcalabasas.com. And just because they need to get involved in the excitement as well, the Savvy Seniors are also putting on Shamrock Rock on March 17th, the night before, from 2 to 4 p.m. That'll be in Founders Hall. That does require registration. Again, you can find more details at cityofcalabasas.com.
Thank you very much. And I have a couple. I'm going to start with one. There might even be a photo on this one. Today, we celebrate International Women's Day. It's a month, it's a year-round celebration we should have actually. And this slide shows a number of our staff that make this city so great. So I want to acknowledge them and give a big thank you to each and every one of them, all of our staff, but especially the women who make our city run so well. And congratulations to everyone. And then also want to announce March 18th, we're very busy this weekend. March 18th from 10 a.m. to 12 is our annual Arbor Day celebration. This year, we are going to beautify and improve Lupin Hill Elementary School. So come on out, bring your family. I know Troop 127 and all the Girl Scouts are out there on a regular basis. We do this once a year, and please come out in honor of Arbor Day to help plant some trees and bushes, and it'll be a lot of fun. Calabasas High School has their annual musical, their spring musical, coming up March 21st to 25th, every night at 7 o'clock and Saturday at 1 o'clock, Singing in the Rain. It's a good show, I promise. Okay. And you can get tickets through the school. It is an amazing production. If you've never been to anything at our Calabasas High School Performing Arts Education Center, it is equal to anything you'll see downtown or other theater. It really is wonderful. And last but not least, we have, for those who are fans of tennis, you don't have to go to the desert or to the U.S. Open. You can go right here at the Tennis and Swim Center. The USTA tournament is starting, the early rounds, and coming up next week, you'll see a lot of incredible tennis players. They go from here and oftentimes end up in the top 50, top 10 in the world. So you get to see them up close and personal. It's a great way to enjoy it. So that is all I have for tonight. And now we'll move on to oral communication and public comment. And I have a number of speaker cards already. If you wish to speak on any item not on the agenda, please go ahead and get a card and give it to the city clerk. And if you wish to speak on an item on the agenda, please go ahead and get a card and give it to our city clerk. Just indicate what item it is. So I'm going to go ahead and call those in person, and Madam Clerk will let me know if there's anyone online with a hand up. We'll start with Kevin Cordasco, and I see Melanie there as well, the Kevin Cordasco Foundation. Wonderful, wonderful family. Great ties to the city. Great to see you.
Be nervous or anything. I just get thrown right in here. Thank you, David. Good evening, Mayor Shapiro and our friends and members of the City Council. We thought we'd come here tonight, and it would be a good time to update you on the Kevin Cordasco Foundation, Something Yellow, and share not only what's been going on, but what we have got in store for this very special year as we celebrate our 10th year of honoring the heroes of childhood cancer. 10 years ago on March 11th, 2013, as we as parents lost our son, and the city lost a hometown hero to a well-known struggle with neuroblastoma, an aggressive childhood cancer. Whenever this date comes around, our family seems to feel it in advance. And when I saw there was a meeting, both Melody and I felt we wanted to come here and thank you personally and the city for your kindness to our boy, Kevin, while he was with us, and your support of the foundation over the last 10 years. The city indeed lost a very special young man, the 2008 City Citizen of the Year, as named by then Mayor James Bazagian. He was given the sitting honorary mayor of Calabasas, as given that distinction a month before he passed away by Mayor Mary Sue Maurer. There, what would be his last final public appearance, Kevin delivered his final farewell to the city in an amazing acceptance of that honor. With his brother at his side, I'll just say that we were all blessed to be there that night. The courage and strength that he showed us was remarkable. You then posthumously memorialized Kevin with a portrait of him in the new children's Children's Library just steps away from here with a beautiful crowded ceremony. I don't know that there could be a more deserving individual. Since then, the Kevin Cordasco Foundation, Something Yellow of Calabasas, has worked to honor our son. Our goal from the start has been to honor the heroes of childhood cancer and make life better for kids and families. I believe with the support of this community, we have far exceeded that. Over the last 10 years, we've awarded research grants, launched our family outreach program, providing direct support to families struggling with this catastrophic illness, and have built the Kevin Cordasco Holiday Teen Drive into the largest teen gifting in LA County. Each year, we give back to the community by delivering 2 grants during the Calabasas High School Senior Night to 2 well-rounded, community-minded, exemplary individuals in the music and athletic arenas. We support the Ronald McDonald Camps and Houses, St. Jude's, the Family House, and many other foundations that are like. In September, National Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, we've been able to light up the iconic pillars of LAX, yellow, and we're honored to work with AC Stell Middle School, along with the Calabasas High School, for our community awareness events that feature the color yellow, the color of childhood cancer. And we're always looking for more ways to increase the awareness of this horrible disease. Maybe this September, we could think of some local monument to light up yellow for the month of September. We closed out 2022 by awarding a $100,000 grant to Children's Hospital for the benefit of the new MIBG treatment room. There are currently less than 5 of these rooms in the United States, offering cutting-edge treatment in the country. This is a very special room, and it was recently dedicated the Kevin Cordasco Patient and Treatment Room. In a brief ceremony at Children's Hospital, yes, Kevin would be proud of this legacy and achievement, as he was an experimental kid and he helped pioneer that treatment. By now, you all must be asking, so Kevin, what's going on this year? I'm glad you asked. April 22nd, we're holding our 9th annual poker tournament at the American Legion in Woodland Hills. On July 10th, we have our golf tournament and barbecue at Spanish Hills Country Club, Camarillo. Saturday, October 14th will be our Sky Full of the Stars gala celebrating our 10th year as a foundation at the Hilton Ballroom in Woodland Hills, complete with a 17-piece big band. You can go to somethingyellow.org for more information. And I personally want to thank you all, from all of the volunteers of the Kevin Cordasco Foundation, Something Yellow, for allowing us to share our journey with you. We're so proud to be based in Calabasas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cooper Galassi. Am I right? And this is not on an agendized item. This is something. Okay, great. Thanks. And thank you.
Hello.
Hi. Welcome.
Hello, Mayor Shapiro and members of the City Council and community. My name is Cooper Galassi. I'm a 15-year-old freshman at Calabasas High School. And I'm here with some supporters or friends of mine to discuss about possibly being able to get a skate park built here in Calabasas. There are many reasons for why we would like a skate park built here, and most of it is because there's a lot of struggles that, when we skateboarding in places like Calabasas, most of us are minors and we do not have license. We're in younger grades and we are not able to drive. And the closest places we can go are like Westlake, which is about 20 minutes away, and then Moore Park, which is even farther. And and whenever we try to skate nearby, we always get in trouble from people, even if we're in a place where it's like an empty lot or something off in the distance, not near anyone. And most people agreed that people who wanted to skate, bike, or scooter need a place to go, because it's something that we do as a hobby or as something that we put our time towards, and we don't have a place to like do this. And we have a lot of trouble finding places, like I said, because we get kicked out of places or just people tell us we have to stop. We've had people helping us out, and I have found information about the city. And I talked to Roxanne Hughes, who is city engineer for Westlake Village. Mrs. Hughes works for the city and helped me gather lots of information on this. She said that they had grants, donations, community support, and city funds to pay for the project and it took over a couple of years, and it cost about $1 million, which is a lot. And I have understood that. We could also fundraise and stuff like that. We have a contractor, and I have started gathering support from people that are willing to help our cause. We started a paper petition where we got almost 250 signatures in a few days. And then we started a change.org online petition a couple of days ago that got up to 88 signatures. From all the signatures, I wanted to read like a quote from them that someone said. So can I get a little more time, Mr. Mayor?
A little bit. We have
only like a few
please.
seconds.
And I was going to ask if you could submit the document to us, would be appreciated.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to read just one little one, so I can go quick. Dana Kurzawa said, she's a Calabasas parent, and she said, "I want it so kids can use it. There's not enough for kids and teens to do here." And people have also talked about how they don't have safe places for their kids to go in a hole, and even just like a park nearby would be great. Thank you for your time tonight. I'd love to hear what you have to say another time or anything like that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I see you have some supporters here as well. You have to you got to fill out a card and give it to our city clerk. Next, going to call Robin Dongi or Dargi. My apology. I should know by now. Welcome. And
hello, I'm Robin Dargy, and I'm asking for your help. And I don't want to get emotional, but I purchased a home, and I thought I did my due diligence, and there were some outstanding permit violations. And the city of Calabasas won't issue me permits. I desperately need a roof on my house. Ruben will not work with me. I said that we would do some of the because it's a big list of what needs to be done. And it's like roughly like 130,000, which we'll get to, but I want to be able to do some of the major things and like pick off those, but he won't. I have to do all of the outstanding stuff first, but my roof is going to collapse. I don't know what to do.
I'm very sorry. We are not able to respond, but I know our staff is here in the department. I would maybe ask one of them to step out if they are able to and speak to you in the lobby right there, which would be a department head is here, and that might be able to.
So is this Ruben? No. Okay. If somebody would just try to help me and like work with me, I'd appreciate it.
I'm very sorry for what. Hopefully there can be some assistance. All right. Mark Levinson, welcome.
Evening, Mayor Shapiro.
Wait, you have someone sneaking up behind you.
Yes. This is my cohort, Michael McNutt, who you all know is chairman of the Calabasas Chamber of Commerce. And it's our pleasure tonight to do a couple of things. One, we want to introduce to the chamber's newest members, to the council. And if you guys, gentlemen, can come up. Jeff Posky and Logan Clenough own a business called J&P Merchandising. They reside in Calabasas. Their business is in Calabasas, and they're becoming more involved in the civic events of the city. And before I let them say one or two words, I also want to recognize International Women's Day, which is an incredible event. Our luncheon today recognized that. We had a speaker and recognized many of the women who are accomplished in the area. So thank you for that. And especially Mayor Pro Tem Weintraub, congratulations where you achieved so much as an example for other women. So thank you for that.
Thank you. You guys might be wondering why I have a picture here with me of the city council. This was me and my volleyball team 10 years ago at Calabasas High School. We made the playoffs for the first time in school's history, and I was lucky enough to come here. Mayor Shapiro and Mr. Bazagian were on the council at the time. So I grew up in Calabasas, and I'm a part of the community. I went to school with David's son, Alex, from kindergarten on through high school. So I'm really happy to be here tonight. Now that was then. Now I'm working for a company called J&P Merchandising and Jeff Posky, and I'm honored to be a part of it. We're in Calabasas. We're local. We're brand new to the Chamber of Commerce, and J&P is a promotional products company that does swag, branded merch, etc. So we've got some awesome tote bags here with the Calabasas Chamber of Commerce logo that we were able to give out today at the women's luncheon. And we've also got some custom Calabasas tote bags that we made with some cool logos of Calabasas for the city council and their staff. So, Jeff, do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I just would like to
Step the mic, please. Thanks.
thank you for having us here. Very grateful to be here. And we are here to give back to the city. So anything we can do as a company and anything you need from us, call upon us. We believe in our DNA. We work very hard. We're passionate about a lot of things, but the most important thing is to give back to the city. And that's what we're about. So thank you for having us.
Fantastic and welcome. Good to see you both, all four of you. Thank you. And Madam Clerk, is there anyone online who wishes to speak on a non-agendized item?
Mr. Mayor, I don't see any hands.
Okay, and I don't want to miss him, but there was a gentleman. I'm not sure if it was the young gentleman or the medium young gentleman who wanted to speak. Did he give a card?
I think he left.
He had to go. I can't hear. All right. Thank you. All right. We'll move on to consent items. Ask for approval of the February 22nd, 2023 meeting minutes. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Mr. Mayor, there were two other consent items as well, items 6 and 7.
We're talking about the, oh, okay.
3,
All
6,
right.
and 7.
All
Right.
right.
So the full consent calendar will be 3, 6, and 7.
Thank you. We'll ask then for a motion to approve 3, 6, and 7 on the consent.
So moved.
Second.
Does it, any comments? Anyone wish to discuss any of the items, or can we vote? We can vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. All right. Thank you. Are there any of the members who wish to speak on the consent items? Seeing none, we're good. We will move forward to presentation of information. I'm just before we move on to this, I'm gonna just state a little something, because our council has asked tonight, as a city council, we have asked our utilities, our water district, the PUC, the telecom industries, and others to be here. And the reason is, in general, and this, you're going to get some very specific questions from my colleagues, all of us on council, and from the public online or in person as well. And the reason we have asked you to be here, and we, first of all, thank you for being here. We appreciate your being here. It is important. Was the fact that we've had interruptions, we've had shutoffs, failure, a water line break, outages, some poor service, including some non-cell service. And it's important for the public to understand why these things have occurred. And more importantly for me, and I'm only speaking for me, but I believe for the public, a goal of what improvements can take place and what can make the situation better going forward. It's not about necessarily just focusing on what happened, but also what you can do, what we can anticipate, and especially in cases of emergencies for our public to make them safe. And I know that's your goal as well. The issue, lastly, that I know was that I received a lot, and we're all going to talk about, I'm sure, is the issue of rate hikes. Now, I know there may be someone missing tonight here that we all wanted to discuss that with. We'll get that opportunity at another date. Rate hikes in particular, and I'll bring it up since I was involved a little bit and then a lot in both the SoCal Gas and SoCal Edison litigation matters, and the questions have come up, and I wish hopefully you'll address the fact that rate hikes have gone for a number of years now with regard to both those entities. The PUC has generally approved those, so you're here, we can ask you that as well. And they seem to coincide with, in some case, the Thomas fire, the Woolsey fire, and then on the gas side, of course, the recent settlement and resolution of the Aliso Canyon Porter Ranch gas leak matter. So even though we hear and we've heard as a public that there is no correlation, I hope we can at least address the timing of it that seems to coincide with those matters. So with those things in mind, and I know you received a lot of information and questions from our city manager by way of council as well. So I know you're all prepared one at a time to present and then take questions, and appreciate your being here again. So first, we will start with the Las Virgenes Municipal Water District. We have Dave Peterson here, general manager, to address council. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. My name is Dave Peterson. I'm the general manager of Las Virgenes Municipal Water District. I'm here with my colleagues, Mike McNutt, who is our public affairs and communications manager, and also John Zhao, who is our director of facilities and operations. And also via Zoom is our director, Gary Burns, who is a Calabasas resident, and he wanted to listen in to hear how the meeting went. I did want to just thank you for holding this public forum and also for including Las Virgenes. It's really important that we get feedback on both the quality and the level of service that we provide to the city and its residents. And I'll tell you myself, it's very important to me personally, and that's why I'm here. As the head of Las Virgenes, I'll commit to each of you and to the city's residents that we will take the feedback to heart. We will avoid any urge to be defensive, and we'll take that feedback to really improve our service going forward. And I think that's really important. We have a really dedicated team of professionals at Las Virgenes. We take our roles really seriously as being service providers to you as a city. And we understand that you place a great deal of trust in us in doing that. And so we want to make good on that trust. As an organization, we believe in continuous improvement. And so we get better by learning and hearing from you and the city's residents on what we did good, and probably more importantly, where we could do better. So I did receive a list of questions from the city manager, and I'm prepared to answer them. Also, if you wanted to focus me on any particular items, I can do that too, but I can just go right in if that's okay. All right. So first and foremost, with regard to rates, as a public agency and a special district, our rates are governed by California law, the California Constitution, and Proposition 218. So we set our rates based on cost of service, and that's the legal requirement for us. And we prepare what is called a cost of service study that is posted on our website. We have traditionally in recent years adopted a 5-year rate schedule, and we do that so there's predictability about our rates. Our rates were last adopted following community meetings and a public hearing that was held in February of 2021. One of the things that we do annually, our board always reviews the rate proposal annually to be sure that it is still needed. And then also we compare our rates with our neighboring water utilities to sort of benchmark how we're doing. And I did include for each of you a packet of materials, and included in that the rate comparison. Our rates do compare really favorably to all of our neighboring water agencies. And what you'll see is we are among the lowest. The city of Camarillo is the exception. They're a little lower than us, but they have access to groundwater as a source of water, which is helpful. from a cost perspective. On the topic of service reliability and outages, and I know that's an important item for tonight for all of you, we did put together a map that shows the 10-year history of all of the service mainline leaks and breaks that we've had in the city. And there's a table that goes with that that provides information about each of them. So just big picture, we had a total of 41 over the 10-year period. And I divide those sort of into two categories. Smaller leaks, we had 26. And then in terms of breaks, these are the larger incidents that are more impactful to the city and the residents, 15 total over 10 years. I did include on there the most recent break that you're probably all familiar with. That was the one that occurred on February 4th on Parkway Calabasas, adjacent to the country club. And I know that incident in particular caused inconvenience to a number of city residents, perhaps some listening now. On that particular incident, we did put together an incident report, and that's also included in the materials that you have. And it describes in detail what happened, why that incident was particularly challenging, the timeline of events, and we've included photos of the actual repair work. Also on that incident, we did have a meeting yesterday evening with the city manager and actually the whole city team together with the sheriff's department. And we did sort of a post-incident review. I thought this was really a fruitful meeting and something that we should probably do in the future. It was a chance for us all to share how things went and what could we do multi-agency in terms of communication to improve our response. And we had at the Water District a couple takeaways that we will be taking back to improve in the future. In terms of looking at our water system and the number of breaks, to put it into perspective, there are some industry standards, and those are based on the number of breaks per 100 miles of main line. And so for us at Las Virgenes, our metric is we currently have about 13.5 breaks per year per 100 miles of main line. Benchmark best-in-class industry standard is 15, and the average is 25. And so with these numbers, the lower the number, the better. That's the lower incidence of breakage. So we actually are doing quite well. Now, I realize we would like to have a goal of no breaks. And so I realize even though we're saying we're doing well, we can always focus on trying to improve our infrastructure and reduce those. In terms of investment, financial investment in infrastructure, there was a question about looking back about 10 years. We have made some substantial investments in infrastructure, pipelines in Calabasas in particular, $10.5 million in water system improvements over the last 10 years. One of the most notable was the replacement of the water main on Calabasas Road that fronts City Hall here. And then looking forward, we're planning in the future to actually accelerate our investment in infrastructure renewal and replacement. And that's really because it's aging. We have aging infrastructure. We're fortunate we're a relatively young community, but a lot of this infrastructure was installed in the 60s and 70s now. So going forward, we're planning to invest $15 million district-wide, and a significant portion of that will be in Calabasas. In terms of resident communications, I know this is also an important item. We did talk about this yesterday as well. What we do, we have a couple means to communicate with residents. We have social media and we have Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. We use those. We also use our LVMWD website. And then probably most effective is a system we call Everbridge, or some people know it as Nixle. And we use that. We can communicate directly with customers by text, phone message, automated, and email. And we did do that for the incident on February 4th. Finally, with respect to service interruption and public safety, I did want to address the coordination that we do with LA County Fire. And there was some concern about when we do have an outage, how do we ensure that the residents remain protected from fire? That is one of the essential functions of a water system, is to not only serve domestic needs, but support fire protection. And we take that seriously. We work really closely with LA County Fire to that end. We are not firefighters, but we provide the water that they need to put out fires. We've got experience doing this. We did it during the Woolsey fire and actually had quite a bit of success. our goal really, when we have an outage, is to try to reroute water around that outage. And we have a water system that is fortunately pretty robust where we can generally do that. If we can't reroute the water around the breakage, what we'll do is identify the nearest fire hydrant that is active so the fire department can use that hydrant to fight a fire. Other things that we can do, we have a separate recycled water system. Recycled water can in some cases be used for fighting fires, as can pools. And pools can be used as a source of water for drafting. And then finally, we did talk with the city team about exploring opportunities to ensure that water trucks or even water tenders are available if needed, and if that would support the fire department. So in conclusion, we really value your feedback and we will use it to do better in the future. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I know there are council questions and comments. Let's go ahead to that. Mayor Pro Tem Weintraub.
Thank you, Dave, for being here and your whole team. Just want to actually first start by acknowledging the great working relationship that we have with Las Virgenes Municipal Water. You guys are always so accessible and responsive. And in this last incident, Mike was above and beyond communicating with city staff. So just want to like put that out there to begin. It's really actually a role. It's a model for how we should work with other organizations. Just a few questions. And I actually think as a result of that, people in the last episode incident, they weren't really upset about the water main break. They were upset about all the other things. They understood that stuff happens and to be patient. It was all the other things, the roads being blocked, people not being able to get home. And I'm actually interested in hearing what came out of the debrief, and maybe you can actually share a few of the takeaways tonight. But I'm looking on this summary, and it says that the Everbridge customer notification only went out to 415 customers. I was curious why it didn't go out to more, because the amount of residents impacted who couldn't get home was far greater than the 415.
Really good point. And actually that very topic came up when we did the debrief yesterday. And what we did in this instance, and what we have traditionally done, is we try to focus on the customers or the residents who are affected by the water outage. But in talking with Kindon and his team, they encouraged us to think a little more broadly in that there's more residents than just those affected by the outage, that it would be helpful for them to know about the incident. And in this case, there was a traffic impact. And so the feedback that we got is look at putting out the message to a broader group and doing it more quickly and letting people know, hey, we have a water main break in this area, avoid the area. And perhaps we can also send a subsequent message for those particular residents that are subject to the outage.
And just while you're up there, Kindon, can you address the issue of like people not being able to get back to their houses and what came out as a result of this incident?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Pro Tem. We had several conversations, one that Dave mentioned yesterday with the Sheriff's Department, but also previous discussions. One of the things that I think came out of the meeting yesterday, where it was combined with all of us in the same room, I think perhaps the biggest mistake or oversight was there wasn't a unified command presence at that incident. And so we had multiple agencies, fire, sheriffs, water, city, contractors, others, but there wasn't a unified command who was overseeing the whole incident. And I think that was one of the biggest issues. We know that the sheriffs made the decision to close down the road. And there was a couple of reasons for that. It was driver behavior, public safety. It was a concern over potential sinkholes. So there was a lot of variables at play. But what we did realize too is that the road probably didn't need to be as closed as long as it did. And so Mike Dyer, our emergency manager, made that very clear that Parkway Calabasas is our thoroughfare. There are 2,500 residents or homes. And if you multiply that out, it's about a third of our population that rely on that road for access. And so we made it very clear that that in only very rare instances should it be closed down.
And did you guys discuss opening the back gates to neighborhoods for if this were to happen again?
We did. What we didn't have in the room yesterday were representatives from the HOAs in that discussion. but we are having those conversations with the
Can
HOAs.
someone follow up with Ross Morgan? Who
Yes.
just, I mean, if this were to happen again, and it could, it's possible to make sure that there's access through the back gates in a lot of our HOA neighborhoods, like that should have been open. Because it was just, people understood that things happen. We could have just avoided like the chaos that came after. So I'm glad that everyone met, but I still want to have a report about back gate access, because that could happen in any emergency. But I appreciate it. I think there's the foundation that we have with the water district help make this as smooth as it could, even in a bad situation. One last question, if you could just explain, and you did a little bit, but when the water was shut off for however many hours it was, if there was a fire, what would happen?
So we did talk about that. And there's a couple things. One is, I mentioned normally we try to reroute water around. This was challenging in that this was a water transmission main, so a really important feeder for the city of Calabasas. One thing we did have, and we do have, is a recycled water system, and that was not affected. So that could be used for fire protection. The other idea is to run a hose from the nearest fire hydrant. And then the other strategy would be to draft from a pool. The other item that we talked about is a possibility of bringing in a water tender. And actually, I think in this instance, the city team actually, your staff did contact the LA County Fire Department, and they did actually bring a water tender on standby. So we talked in the future about how we can coordinate that better and what can the water district do to support that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Councilmember Kraut.
Thank you. Dave, first I want to say thank you for showing up, and thank you for showing up in person. It's really refreshing to see a utility provider like Las Virgenes Municipal Water District send a decision maker here when the city's looking for some answers. I also know that we sent a list of questions off to our utility companies, and we did a very thorough job of responding to each and every one of them, although I don't think most of them were directed at the water district. So for that, I want to say, thank you for your thoroughness. I do have a couple of questions on some of the points that you've raised, just for clarity, if I could. You mentioned 13.5 breaks per year per 100 miles. You mentioned a standard of 15. Where does that come from?
Good question. I don't know right offhand. Do you know, John? I'm thinking that it's one of our professional organizations, AWWA, but.
And I know you introduced them. Please come to the mic and introduce yourself, please.
Yeah,
Thank you and welcome.
John Zhao, I'm the Director of Facility and Operations. So in your packet, there may be a report. And I think on the second page of that, it cites an organization called Water Research Foundation. So that's an industry research foundation that look at it nationwide, what the standard should be. And that's the number that David was citing.
Okay. I don't seem to have it on my page 2 here.
We can provide that to you.
Yeah. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. You mentioned Calabasas Road was one of the mains that you recently did, but in looking at the map you provided, there doesn't appear to be any breaks on that. Why was that particular road selected for improvements and some of the other ones that seem to be riddled with problems not?
We had a pretty significant break on Calabasas Road. It probably goes back like 8 or 9 years now. It wasn't long after I started at the district. There's a Wells Fargo on Calabasas Road, and I see Mayor Shapiro remembering that event. We had quite a severe break, and it actually caused damage to the Wells Fargo Bank there. And we had a couple smaller breaks. So what we do is we map all of the breaks, even the small ones, and we look for that recurrence. And so that particular one was the result of that major break that we had back in probably 2014 or 15.
Okay. And as far as age of infrastructure, how does Calabasas compare with the other cities that you serve?
So the Calabasas is a relatively younger community. And when I say relatively, compared to like Hidden Hills. So our oldest infrastructure is in Hidden Hills. Hidden Hills was the original part of the community. A lot of their infrastructure predates even Las Virgenes Municipal Water District. We were formed in 1958. Their infrastructure goes back to some mutual water companies that were operating at that time. So that's probably the oldest. A lot of the infrastructure in Calabasas was built in the 60s, 70s, and even 80s.
Okay. And then my last question that I had here was you mentioned transmission mains like the one on Calabasas Road or Parkway Calabasas, I should say. Are those obviously, I'm hoping that those are subject to replacement sooner than the rest of the branch distribution system. And is there a schedule on that?
So we don't have a schedule, but we have a whole series of factors that we look at. We look at soil condition, we look at the age, we look at the history of break, we look at the pipeline material. That particular pipe is a steel pipe, cement mortar lined and coated. Those pipes actually last a really, really long time. The challenge that we've encountered with them is that when they were installed, there's joints. And if those joints were not well mortared, that it will leave an opportunity for that metal to be in contact with the soil and it causes corrosion. And that's what we had happen here. So it was a corrosion where the coating had been compromised on the pipe.
Okay. And there's no way to tell where that damage is until you actually have a break.
Right. There isn't. Our staff is pretty familiar. They have dug up this particular pipe before in other spots, so they're pretty familiar with it. But we don't have, unfortunately, a real good way to inspect the condition of the coating on the pipeline without actually digging it up.
Okay. Well, I do thank you for your answers and look forward to getting more information from you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Bazachi.
Yes, thank you for coming tonight. And I want to just express my appreciation. I think the district handled the drought situation very appropriately and fairly, even handily. And I think that you got general compliance from this district as you reported. And I hope for happier times next year. But I don't, as far as rates go, I looked at the chart you brought. I was very happy to see that our rates tend to be on the lowest end of the spectrum. There was one other one that was just slightly lower, but I think the water district does a pretty good job of with the limited resources we obviously have and keeping the prices low and keeping the regulations to the minimal level needed to survive. So we appreciate that. I did have one question for the water district in terms of this whole Conejo Valley area that you serve. There's been a lot of issues involving growth. Does the water district ever commentate or take positions on, not on the development itself, but on the added burden to the number of users that are going to be in the area and the need to not overdevelop the area for that purpose?
We do, to the extent that we sometimes comment on environmental documents as a responsible agency to provide water service. We also do, there is a state law that requires when a development project exceeds a certain threshold that we will prepare what's called a water supply assessment to evaluate whether there is adequate water. But what I will say about that, those are pretty large developments. And so most of what we see in our service area is under that threshold with maybe a couple exceptions.
Yes, I was speaking, I understand that, and I understand your answer. I was speaking more in a cumulative way. I mean, in other words, you get out here, you're not going to get huge cities being built, but you are going to get a lot of smaller developments that cumulatively create this burden. Do you, what happens in that situation? Do you go seeking out comments, or does someone come to you for the comments, or does an agency have to ask your opinion, or do you just offer it?
So what we do on that is we prepare our planning document. Is called an urban water management plan, and we prepare that every 5 years. And what we do is we look at population growth. We also look at new development. And so we will look at your city planning documents, including your housing element, your general plan, and we will incorporate that information into our urban water management plan. And then we actually evaluate whether we are able to meet those demands for the future 20-year projection and under different circumstances. And so we will do that, and we're required to do that. And in fact, then when we comment on the environmental documents for the projects, we will refer back to that plan. So that's probably the best nexus. The other thing is we do issue, ultimately will serve letters when those developments come online. But generally that's after the work is already well underway. So I think the planning process through our urban water management plan is probably the place where the coordination would happen.
What's the population of your district approximately?
Right now, we're about 75,000.
And do you have a maximum that you could accommodate? Like, do you project in the reasonable future, how many would max out before you'd be strained?
We don't calculate that number, and it's a little bit tricky, partly because we're looking at how water intensive, the growth is. But that's something we could go back and look at if that would be helpful.
I think it would be helpful because, like I said, in our area, it's not so much like in the Santa Clarita area, for example, they're talking about building whole communities. They're going to add thousands of people at a time. In our area, the burden tends to be more of little developments here and there that add up. Every few years you look and there's a significant addition to the population. I would be interested in those population statistics of how much you feel you could accommodate as we go forward in the years. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Albrecht.
Thank you, David. Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here. Appreciate the comments. Speaking as a longtime resident, so we've witnessed a lot of things over the nearly 30 years we've been here. And I can feel the trust that we have in you. And I believe it's a two-way. And that means a lot. Accidents happen, things happen. As I'm sitting here, I'm just thinking, if the lights suddenly went out here, all hands on deck. And I feel that the water company does that. Some questions were brought up that were answered for me. Certainly, Councilman Kraut asked it and it was answered a little bit. And that's concerning the infrastructure. Because we all have seen these incidents throughout cities, not just Los Angeles, but others. And when a water main breaks, how is it treated? But to anticipate it, that's the big problem. And you've answered that because you don't think there's a system. I know the seams and how long it's been around, but maybe by age, that might be a good way. And I'm just curious, where would you might expect the weakest part of our system exist? Is it on Parkway Calabasas? Is it in a greater Moldwood? Is it in on the west side, on West Virginis? Is there any way that you can determine that?
We do. We actually have a report, and actually it's the report that John Zhao mentioned, and I will send that to you, that refers to the standard, and it refers to the criteria that we use to evaluate sort of the vulnerability of the pipes. One of the things that we have seen is there's certain pipe materials that have been less reliable to us. And in the early days, water pipe of smaller diameter was made out of asbestos concrete or asbestos cement, ACP. And we have pipe, not so much in Calabasas, but other parts of our district where it was an early version of the pipe that was cured in a certain way. And it has become essentially soft over time. And we've seen breakage. So, we are familiar with some of those factors that affect the life of our infrastructure. And we actually will be planning replacement in the future based on that. The other thing is sort of the modern concept of asset management. And I'm sure that the city team here looks at your infrastructure in the same way as looking at a replacement interval, and that we need to be constantly replacing a certain amount of pipe every year to keep up. We can't be waiting until pipes fail and then replace them. So we are very much looking at that and looking at developing a routine program that every year we replace so many miles of pipe so that you can count on it to be working for you.
That's a very big deal. And we have looked at that as council, even way prior to me being here in the deferred maintenance and putting money aside for that. So if you had a wish list to insulate Calabasas better, what would be maybe the top things on that wish list to correct?
One challenge in Calabasas, parts of it is we have some land movement in some of the areas. Calabasas Park, we've got areas where there's active land movement, and when the land moves, it also breaks the pipes. And so that's been a challenge. We actually have a pretty complex system of monitoring instruments up in that area, so it would help the land movement. The other thing is the heavy rain. It does make it more challenging. We do see that when we have heavy rainfall and the soils are saturated, things start to move more, and it just puts more strain on our pipes. And then, of course, funding is always helpful for infrastructure replacement. It is an expensive endeavor. And so having funding for infrastructure renewal is really helpful. One of the things that we do is we always are looking for grant funding at both the state and the federal level. That helps to defray the cost and helps to reduce the burden on our ratepayers. So funding is helpful too, if that would be on my wish list.
Thank you. Well, just one last comment. Those of us that lived through Woolsey, and city manager brought this up. One of the problems we had, the big problem, was not having unified services, police, fire. We've seemed to overcome that now. And I'm glad to learn that we're addressing that with the water district too, because as well-intentioned as the workers might be when they closed down Parkway Calabasas, I'm sure their intentions were good to protect accidents and otherwise, but it created other problems. So having a central agency or someone in charge of that, I think is terrific to go to and direct your attention and management. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it, as we all do.
Thank you very much. And there's been so many good comments and questions. Mine are going to be very brief. First, to thank you, the three of you, for being here, and especially you for being here prepared. My comments a little different, I guess, at this point, just a couple. One is I received a lot of communication from the public saying we have been on a water restriction. We have been in a drought for a long time. Hopefully, we're getting positive news as we're getting a lot of rain, and snow in the snowpack. When they see that shooting up in the air, and I live in that area, so I know the length of time it took before that actually stopped. Why is it? I guess that's a better question. Why is it that it took a while, or quite a while, to even stop that? Shooting water up in the geyser, I'll call it.
Yeah, fair question, because it was very noticeable. Mm-hmm. And if you look at the timeline, you'll see that quite a bit of time did pass before we could get it shut down. So the reason for that, it was really a challenging shutdown to do for a couple of reasons. It is a main pipeline that feeds Calabasas. So there's a tank that's we call the Calabasas tank on the north side of the 101 freeway. There's a pipeline that runs under the freeway to the Warner pump station, which is on Calabasas Road. And that pump station pumps through that pipeline up to the Warner tanks. One of the difficulties that we had is on a transmission main, there aren't valves right next to each other where you can just isolate that little section. So we had to have about 4 different employees come in and all in a coordinated way be at different spots to close the valves. And so they first closed the valves to the tanks, and that isolated the tank. Then we had to go down and shut off the Warner pump station. It was running, because if those pumps were pumping into a closed system, it would cause the pipe to blow up somewhere else. And so we had to sequentially shut down the pump station. And then there's a regulating station actually that regulates water from another zone back into this one. So we had to have another employee go over there to shut that one down. We also had experienced, because of the storms, some communication failures. And so we actually had to go to the pump station to shut it down. We couldn't do it remotely. Normally we do that kind of thing remotely. We have a pretty sophisticated radio control system. So we had to actually physically go there. By the time we did all that, it did take a little bit of time. And that's something that we'll look at in the future, is what can we do to get these incidents shut down as quickly as possible? Because all the time that the water is blowing out, it's causing a hazard for residents and also potentially causing damage. So we do want to get it shut down as quick as we can.
Great, thanks. And the only other comment was one I made at the beginning is, and it may not apply to you as much, but it's for all of us, is the factor of safety. And when we had evacuations, the only time the city's as a whole been evacuated that I'm aware of was the Woolsey fire. Though these are the times, and I'm up there, so it was an inconvenience. It was not the emergency or potential, or at least the risk of loss of life that we have other times. And to me, this is a learning opportunity for all of us to figure out that traffic, to figure out ways to make it safe for people to get out and first responders to get in. So I thank you very much. I'll ask if there are any public comments. I don't see any here. Are there any online?
No, Mr. Mayor. No
Okay.
public comment.
And before I let you go, I'll look at my colleagues, see if there's anything more. other than to say thank you for being here. Thank you all. And we look forward to improvements and working together.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. And we'll move on to the next representatives. Southern California Gas Company, and no representative was available to attend. And I don't know if our city manager wants to speak on that at all or not. What the reason?
I'd like to go over the timeline of when they said they'd be here and when they said they were not coming.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, Council Member. So SoCal Gas was one of the first utilities to respond and commit that they would be able to be here. Unfortunately, yesterday, late afternoon, early evening, I'd have to go back and look at the text. Our representative reached out to me and indicated that she and the rest of the SoCal Gas team in this area were being mobilized to San Bernardino to help out with the relief efforts in the county there with the recent storms. So in fact, I spoke with Marisol again this afternoon in efforts to try to find somebody else that could fill in her place. And she and others were staffing the incident command post at that time, helping out with those efforts in San Bernardino County.
That was what they told you, that we have not, that's what they told you, right? How many people work for the gas company? Do we know?
I don't know.
Oh, thank you for that. And again, all of our thoughts and prayers go out to everyone affected by the storms up there. I'll go to any council comments. So Council Member Bazagian.
I have a lot of comments about the gas company. They responded a month ago, they'd be here. And then the gas company, to my knowledge, has thousands of employees up and down the state. And for them to say that they, first of all, had to mobilize someone in LA County to go there and only told us last night, and not a single person from the gas company could come in this person's stead. And then with our great technology that some people are going to be using tonight, they couldn't even zoom in for a half hour to comment, is indicative of the thoughtlessness and the carelessness of the gas company in dealing with its customers and what they really think of their customers, regardless of what they say. I like Marisol Espinosa. She's a good, honest person. I think that the decision to have her not here and to not bring anyone here was made higher up. And to say that they'll come some other time when we're not discussing this issue and when the public's not here and they won't get their questions answered is just totally unacceptable. So my comments are, I think most people from the public who are watching this meeting and who are participating in the discussion, probably at least half, if not more, are here primarily driven by the fact that their bills have gone through the roof. We have gas bills now that are 2 and 3 times what they were a year ago. There are people in Calabasas, and we're not a particularly, our demographics are such that we are a higher income than most communities. And yet there are people who tell me all the time that they are not able to afford to heat their homes anymore, which is a tragedy in the fact that it's been so cold lately. I'll personalize it to my own bills, but I took my bills from last year and I took my bills from this year. They have doubled and tripled. My gas usage has varied very little bit. Just a few therms up or down. And yet the gas bills are extraordinary. My last bill, I'm afraid to go to the mailbox thinking that I'm waiting for my gas bill for this month. Last month, my bill was $596. My bill last year was $264. And the therms were I used just a couple more therms this year than I did last year. So it's more than doubled. It is amazing to me that they did not think enough of their customers to provide information or to come to this meeting, and that they only told you last night. I would also say, and I don't know if you have the information, I will certainly excuse it if you don't, because it's not your job to do it, it's their job. Do you know what the rate increases they're requesting for next year? Because I understand they're going to the Public Utilities Commission this year with a bunch of rate increase requests.
I apologize, Councilman. I don't have those rates.
Okay. I would like staff to find out what those rate increases are. I furthermore, it's not maybe a discussion for tonight, but I would like this council to consider being community leaders, that we participate in the discussion at the Public Utilities Commission. My impression of the Public Utilities Commission is all the utility companies and the lobbyists go up there, and there's never any citizen representation and never any government representation from local government. And a rate increase is requested and it's just given, and there's very little opposition. I think it's time for cities to organize. People expect us to be their community leaders, and we should go up there and at the very least demand to know why these rate increases are needed, why the rates have gone up, and what additional services they're providing to their communities. I think the next time the Public Utilities Commission meets, they should be aware that a month ago, Southern California Gas promised to come here and answer some questions to the community, and they failed to appear tonight. And I think that should be a consideration for the Public Utilities Commission to consider when they go over the credibility of the rate increase request. I'm just appalled that Southern California Gas is not here. And I agree with some of the implication, and I'll let you speak for yourself, but I think Mayor Shapiro said it properly. You know, it's very suspicious that all this tortious activity where there have been case rulings against them and case settlements and large cash awards, and all of a sudden the rates go up. It makes it seem like the taxpayers are, the residents are at first being hurt by the tortious activities, and then they have to pay for the judgments that they should be getting for their harm that was caused to them in their communities. So this is what happens when there's a monopoly and when there's no accountability. And so I would love to hear from the public. I hope that the public's not deterred from the fact that the gas company's not here, but I hope my colleagues would join me in requesting that at a future agenda, we discuss strategies for attending these Public Utilities Commission meetings, which I believe there's allowed virtual participation now. Not positive of that, but I think there is. In any event, I may have something else to say, but for now, that is all I have to say. And I'm very, very disappointed.
Thank you very much. And Councilmember Albrecht, you have anything?
Thank you very much for that. I think we all appreciate it and articulated it beautifully. I happen to have brought my bill tonight as well, and I was going to show it to them, and it's not much different. It's just a shock to me that it can spike so much. Our bill in January or December was smaller, and then it spiked up in January, February, and I'm waiting to get our March bill. But it's a very, very sad situation. There's no attention to us. There's no trust. They're not faithful in any way. And I completely agree that it seems like every time there's an award, that's when the rates go up. And they're just passing that cost on to us, and they can't, I have to be convinced otherwise. So I'm all in favor of going up there and pounding on the desks that need to be pounded on.
Mayor Pro Tem Weintraub.
I'm also extremely disappointed that the representative did not show. I think it's actually incredulous that a company so large could not find it, that somebody could dial in or zoom in. There's really no excuse. What the residents have experienced because of the gas company. I mean, some of our residents are truly suffering. I mean, they've had to pay their gas bill in exchange for doing other things. People look at Calabasas and think it is only one demographic, one socioeconomic class, which is completely not the case. There were no preparations from the gas company. I mean, they knew this was coming. Their communications came way too late. And they keep talking about this relief that's available to residents, but there are so many hidden things when people try to seek this relief that they don't qualify. They might not be bringing in X amount of income, but they have this in savings. And so they're not able to qualify. And there just has been, people have talked about staying on hold with the gas company for hours and then finally having to hang up. People can't get in touch with anyone. And there's just very, very difficult communication and really no excuse at all that somebody should be here. I'm 100% in favor of cities being more involved in communicating at the PUC. I would second that when we go to future agenda items, but the gas company needs to show up. They need to answer the questions, and they need to help our residents who need to seek financial assistance for their bills. And we just don't even know when the end is in sight. They say the cost of gas is coming down, but we need answers, and somebody should have been here this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Kraut.
Yeah, thank you. I want to echo all of the statements and sentiments from my colleagues here. I'd also like to point out for any of our Calabasas residents that are having difficulty with their high utility bills that we do have a program called Neighbors in Need, which is run through our Calabasas Rotary program, which if you're having trouble paying your gas bill might be a great opportunity for you, and probably a little less red tape than the gas companies programs. I think it's also important to recognize what transpired before this meeting was agendized, in that the gas company or the gas bills arrived at our residents' houses, and everyone was caught by surprise. And the gas company made a statement, a written statement on social media and other platforms, which we don't believe was wholly accurate, which is why Councilmember Bazagian asked to have them here. The gas company, instead of responding to schedule a meeting, showed up and spoke at public comment period where we could not respond to them because an unagendized item we can't speak to. So I'd like to ask our city attorney, is it possible that we tonight do not close this agenda item and leave it open to a date uncertain so that when we do get the gas company back, we can respond to them? Is that something that we can do?
Yeah, we can continue the item to set in the future. Challenge will be if they show up unannounced, we could briefly respond, but no more than brief responses. But we could certainly keep the item open and press SoCal Gas to send a rep. They do have a number of folks they could send.
But for a full response, we need to have it agendized?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay, then I would certainly encourage our city manager to reschedule this meeting at some point when we can actually have a full interaction with them. We could go on all night tonight, but it doesn't seem to be doing a lot of good if they're not here. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And the statements are all correct. I mean, there's no reason in football terminology to pile on at this point, except for the fact they aren't here. They didn't send anyone. They aren't on Zoom, as has been mentioned. And they didn't provide even a written report, which probably they have ready, and we'll get it when they come back. Marisol is fantastic. Marisol Espinoza is the representative. We worked with her in various capacities. I truly believe she's a good person, an honest person, and will be here when she is able to. But as far as the rates go, Neighbors in Need, we're going to have to multiply that account times so many you can't imagine, because the entire city is going through a terrible situation. I didn't bring my bills because I couldn't carry them. They're too heavy. But it is cold. The dogs get cold at night because you got to try and keep the heat down, but it isn't even that. It's the rate hikes. And as James mentioned, as I mentioned earlier, I saw these rate hikes go on during the 7.5 years of litigation, 6 3/4 of the Aliso Canyon, Porter Ranch gas leak cases. And I know there's more, but I saw those. I attended many PUC hearings, by the way, during that time. I did not speak because I was involved personally in the litigation representing clients, but I did go and I did watch and I did listen and I did follow up. And I know we have a representative hopefully here tonight from the PUC who may or may not address these issues, but those rate hikes started way back, and rate hikes have ballooned only recently, but they were going up for some time during that period. And I had questions back then. So the ballooning, the exorbitant amount of fees that are up, maybe we'll get an answer, maybe we won't, maybe we'll have to wait till we directly communicate with SoCal Gas. And I just seems very strange that one month it's almost triple and the next month, we're going to be down this much. It doesn't make sense. And I'm maybe not as bright as the people who we will speak to, but I again think it is something they need to communicate with us. We need to be strong as individuals and a city. I don't know that our going to PUC will have much difference, but I'll certainly be willing to support anything this council wishes to do. All right. Are there any public speakers? I don't have a speaker card from anyone here, but we do have someone online.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor. We have Gary Burns and Joe Shilko.
Okay, let's call on Mr. Burns, our local representative from the Water District, please.
Good evening, everyone. I'm zooming in from Arizona, where I had a planned trip before, so otherwise I would be there. It's interesting to hear what you all have to say about the gas company, and this applies to many companies. They don't practice. They should have someone who would allow us to know back 3 months ago that the rates might have gone up, and so people could be prepared. I think that it really applies to many of the utilities, many companies. They just don't let us know soon enough so that we have knowledge, and knowledge, of course, is power. I want to say thank you to all the citizens who elected me from the 3rd District, 3rd Division. When I went around campaigning, I said, if you elected me, I would try to make it rain. Well, I fulfilled my campaign promise in the first month. So the water company and I know, are trying to be as responsible as possible. David certainly did an excellent job presenting the information. And I think that you'll see even more responsiveness as a utility, different than you see from other companies. And that's why I said, if you elect me, I will make us responsible, and I will make customer service the best customer service of any company anywhere. And I think we do a terrific job. And I thank everybody for being understanding through the drought. And hopefully we'll get through this gas crisis, and hopefully the electric company won't be raising our rates in June, because they're using gas to provide some of the electricity. So again, if everyone would just present and practice and let us know things ahead of time, I think we'd be a lot more knowledgeable. So thank you all for the hard work you do too.
Thank you very much. And we have Joe Chilko.
Correct.
Hi, thank you. I'm Joe Chilko. I'm a longtime resident. I have a couple of questions. What could the city do to provide financial assistance to residents in need? And will the city consider try to get a list of residents who would request such assistance if it was available? And I'm thinking in anticipation of meeting again with SoCalGas to get a somewhat of an accurate number of how many people in this city are in those situations. Rather than just talking about the people that have called in, it would be important to have data on that so that you can make a stronger case to the California public utilities as well. And I agree with Gary that this company knew about these rate hikes long ago, because they knew how demand was affecting supply, and the fact that they couldn't increase supply. So California is a huge market, 40 million people. So if you're going to, be in a situation where you're going to inconvenience a lot of those people in Southern California, it's a substantial number of people. So yeah, they have a lot to answer for. And thank you very much for the consideration of my suggestions.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, are there any other members of the public online wishing to speak?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Francis Alette.
Francis, welcome.
Thank you so much. My name is Francis Alette. I'm a longtime resident of Calabasas, and I'd like to start by saying thank you to the City Council and thank you to the city staff for organizing this meeting with the various utility companies. I know that residents really appreciate that, and the fact that SoCal Gas couldn't be bothered to send somebody speaks volumes. But I wanted to say, make a comment on something that Councilmember Brazagian had said earlier. He made the suggestion of organizing cities and attending the Public Utilities Commission meetings when it's time to review the proposed rate increases for SoCal Gas. And I think this is an outstanding idea. For too long, the Public Utilities Commission has done nothing but roll over, and they're supposed to be looking out for the consumer's best interest, and they don't. So I love the fact that you guys are considering doing this. Please move forward on this idea. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any other members of the public wishing to speak?
No, Mr. Mayor, no more
Okay.
speakers.
If there are no other council comments, we'll move on to someone who is present
Well,
tonight.
I just a question. Are we thinking that we're going to invite them to come back? I mean, did they tell you they'd come back?
Yes, Councilman, Marisol is willing and eager anytime we schedule that. So we'll coordinate that.
Okay, because and I wanted to get the same kind of, outreach that we had tonight, because I don't want it to just be they come in under the radar and no one's here, and no one's watching. I mean, it should be
Correct. Yeah.
make sure that people know this is a night they're coming, and make it clear to them, please, with the council's permission, that if something comes up, we expect a representative to be here in some form, virtually or in person. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other council comments, or we'll move forward? Oh, Councilmember Albright.
Yes, I have more comments, but I'm going to save everyone for when they come back into with us.
I meant tonight, but okay.
Right.
Thank you. I'm sure we all do. So we'll move on to now Spectrum, and we have Stephen Sawyer, Director of Governmental Affairs, to address City Council. Welcome, and thank you for being here.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor Shapiro and council members and staff. My name is Stephen Sawyer, Director of Government Affairs for Charter Communications. I have some prepared remarks that were tailored more to a specific outage that occurred at the end of January, but I think it's very reflective of how we respond to subsequent outages and service interruptions. So without further ado, I'll just read this and then I'll be available for any questions that you might have. So again, Charter takes great pride in how quickly we respond to restore services when events adversely impact the services we provide to our customers. As the city may know, these outages are generally caused by things outside of Charter's control, including things such as power company outages, wildfires, downed utility poles during storms, and accidental damage to our fiber lines caused by third parties, such as non-charter construction crews. As an example, with regards to the power outage that started on the afternoon of Friday, January 26, Charter's Regional Operations Center, the ROC, which monitors our local network 24/7, 365 days a year, became aware of the power outage at approximately 2:30 on Friday, January 26. As the council is aware, the outage was initially caused by a downed tree on power lines. While our crews were on standby to conduct the repairs necessary to restore Spectrum service, we were restricted in getting access to repair our facilities until LADWP completed certain work to ensure the safety of the site. Unfortunately, the outage was made worse when non-charter repair crews working on power restoration accidentally cut several of our large fiber count bundles, making the impact of the outage far greater. The ensuing outage impacted additional areas in Woodland Hills and Calabasas. Charter specialized crews trained in fiber splicing were dispatched immediately to the area near the corner of Buenaventura Street and Topanga Canyon in Woodland Hills. Our crews were on site and ready to begin work, but were not allowed to access our plant until about 1 a.m. On January 27th, given that crews were still working to make the area safe. When Charter maintenance crews were finally able to access our plant, they worked throughout the night, making substantial repairs to the third-party fiber cut. Bringing services back online starting at approximately 9 a.m. All areas were fully restored at about 12:45 p.m. the next day. As a general overview, during out of the ordinary events like fires, high winds, or heavy prolonged rain, such as what we've recently experienced in the greater Los Angeles area, Charter's Regional Operations Center provides regular network health status reports via email to the field operations, maintenance, and our customer care teams. Based on the information that is reported, appropriate measures are taken to minimize the impact to our customers. This may include dispatching our maintenance teams to repair damaged equipment as quickly as it is safe to do so, or deploying generators to maintain power to our network. Our customer care team was alerted to the areas that are experiencing an outage, and our interactive voice response recording is updated to inform customers that call in from the impacted area that we are aware of the outage, and we give an estimated time of when service is likely to be restored. In addition to our continuous monitoring of our network, if a customer experiences an outage in their service, they can sign into spectrum.net or on the My Spectrum app, and they will be presented with a banner message regarding the outage. If a customer is signed up for proactive service alerts, we email, text, or call, or send a push notification, which is based on their personal preference. These alerts include notification of the outage as well as an update on the expected restoration once we have that information. While we are unable to predict unfortunate events such as a loss of power in neighborhoods, we are proud of our crews and response teams who promptly restore service, considering the safety of our employees and others when any type of emergency occurs. In closing, thank you again for the opportunity to address the council. I'm always available to meet with city staff or council members about Charter Spectrum service and our fiber enhanced broadband network. I'm available to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. We'll start with Councilmember Kraut.
I'm not sure I have a lot of questions. I do want to say that typically when outages happen, the order of operations is the lights go off, and then I get a notification from Spectrum letting me know that the Spectrum service is out, and I usually hear from Edison much later than that. So I think from a notification standpoint, your text messaging service seems to be working. Is that an automated process? Do you capture the downed networks with human intervention, or does that
both.
Text message automatically come out to us? How does that work?
It's both. I mean, we have the network, continually monitored electronically, and we do have staff 24/7 that are watching those network for alerts. And it could be, a minor outage that only lasted a few minutes, or it could be a more serious outage, that would last several hours. But yeah, it's both.
But is there human intervention that's necessary to send out that notification? The text message that I get that says the system is down, does somebody have to hit a button for that to happen, or does that happen automatically?
I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that question, but I can find out and get back to you. I would assume that there is human interaction that can make an assessment on, if the alert, if it takes, a few minutes and it's something we can fix, proactively, then, we can prevent an alert going out unnecessarily. But I will double check on that and get back to.
And it just seems to be the most responsive of the utilities that I get notifications for. So I'm interested to know how that process happens. And is that something we might be able to encourage the other utility companies to adopt? So this is more of a complimentary message than anything else, but I'm certainly interested to know how that process happens. That's the only thing I have.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Weintraub.
Thank you for being here this evening. I wanted to go back to the January episode, and AT&T might have to jump in because it involved both AT&T and Spectrum. So I heard from so many residents who had no means of communication. Their landlines were down, their internet was down, and their self-service was down as a result of an issue with DWP and a tree in Woodland Hills, how it impacted Calabasas. So people were scared. They could not communicate. They were so they weren't getting text messages. They had no internet. They had no phone. People couldn't call 911. I mean, their phones were dead. Their landlines were dead.
Right.
So what do we do? And that's why, I need someone to explain to us how AT&T and Spectrum were both down during this incident. But what do we do in an emergency in a situation like this?
Well, I can't speak for AT&T, but I would assume that all of our combined company fiber lines are all on the same pole.
That's what I figured. So the same pole. So what do we do? So that's my biggest issue. That's why I wanted this meeting tonight, along with my colleagues, in the interest of public safety. People had no means of communication for, I thought it was more than 24 hours, maybe 24 hours, but that's a very long time in the event of an emergency.
Right.
People couldn't call out. People were having to drive, if they lived at the top of Parkway Calabasas, having to drive all the way down into Old Town to get a signal. But what do we do in instances like this? 24 hours is too long not to have any means of communication.
Right. Well, one of the things that Charter has done since the Woolsey fire and more recently with the California Public Utilities Commission mandate to provide 72 hours of battery backup on our power supply cabinets in the high fire zones, of which most of Calabasas resides in the tier 2, tier 3 high fire zones. So we have about 60 power supply cabinets to be enhanced, and we're almost completed all of those activations for those power supplies. So it means when power does go out, our battery backup would keep our network up. But again, you would have to go someplace where there's a Wi-Fi hotspot or where you have access to our network. And since, the home service is tied to the power, if the power is out at the home, then, you would rely on your cell service.
Cell was down. So I guess my question is, how can we prevent what happened with January 26th? What was the date?
January 26th.
How can we
and 27th.
prevent what happened on January 26th and 27th from happening again?
Yeah, I can't speak for the tower outage since.
No, but it involves so we have AT&T's down. If you had AT&T and then people have their backup Spectrum landline, that's down. The internet's down. So what can we do to prevent this situation from happening again? How can Spectrum, what can you do so people can still?
Well, by keeping our network up.
But it wasn't up. It's not up. When things go down in Calabasas, Spectrum's out too.
Right. Well, in this particular incident, it was because it hit a very large.
Right. But stuff always like that happens in Calabasas. That's why we're having this tonight. Stuff like this does not happen in other communities at the frequency it happens here. So I guess why we invited everyone here tonight was to figure out how these instances don't keep happening. We had thousands of residents who could not call 911. The phones were dead. What do we do? You have the landline, you have the cell service, you have the internet, you can't text, you can't do anything.
Right. And our cell service is on the backbone of the Verizon system.
Right. So I'm saying, so what do we do?
Yeah, I don't know how to maintain or keep the cell sites or the towers activated so that, service would remain, intact.
So just to clarify, so if the cell service goes down, Spectrum goes down with it?
Right, because we're on the Verizon backbone.
Okay, so then it's going to be fun for you. No, I'm just kidding. But we have to figure this out because this is the issue that we have here. So so Spectrum, there's no guarantee of any service when the towers
in an
go down.
incident like this, I would assume, generators would be deployed to get power back up. But given the nature of that particular outage, by the time, you got generators in place and everything re-energized, it was thought, unfortunately there was, an accidental additional fiber cut, but, service should have been restored with the initial tree going down and hitting the lines in a very short period of time. And so, it wasn't until later on in that evening when the restoration work caused a more serious outage that then, luckily it was, in the middle of the night and there weren't a lot of people on the internet and needing the phone service.
But that's when emergencies happen. If you look at our pulse point, if you look at when calls come in, things happen in the middle of the night. And it's very scary for thousands of our residents for 24 hours to not have the means to communicate.
Mhm.
So like these answers aren't satisfactory to me. So I'm going to look to staff to like have follow-up conversations
Okay.
to see we have to do better. It's just like inexcusable for all of this to happen. It's not your fault, you know?
No, I understand. I hear exactly what
And
you're
if
saying.
you were,
Yeah.
if you were a resident experiencing this or, you know, and people couldn't get in touch with relatives, I mean, it was so we have to do better. So I appreciate you being here and you're always so accessible to us, which is great. And not blaming you, you know, but
I understand.
I'm blaming Spectrum because we're always having issues. So we have to fix it. We have to figure out how people are just able to communicate.
Thank you. Councilmember Albrecht.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for coming. We've had Spectrum for many, many years. We've had them probably for over 20 years at least. We have the whole house package, at least that's what it was called at that time, cell phone, internet.
Mhm.
What am I missing?
Okay, we have phone, landline, and
landline, cell. I got the Spectrum phone and the internet. And, you know, in some ways I've seen improvement, but in some ways I see business as usual.
Mhm.
Our neighborhood where our house is located has improved. We're fortunate. We live more of a hillside and there's some rock bed underneath. That's why I bought the house, but other neighborhoods aren't. I know Councilman Weintraub lives in a neighborhood that's affected very often by outages. We're not quite as bad. But you're in the communications business. We're not. And what we want is to be communicated to when there's an emergency.
Mhm.
We're in the business of number one before anything. Number 1, 2, and 3 is public safety. And we have residents who might be ill, might be had medical issues, a variety of kids problems that we need to communicate. So as you mentioned, we have to figure something out. It's not always your problem. Again, it's not you. I mean, I understand if a tree comes down or a line is cut, they're optic fables, they're sensitive, but usually businesses evolve, whatever the business is, and they get better and better over time because there's competition and they have to be forced to do that. They're going to get their price because they offer a good service. We have to look into some other way, somehow, whether it's putting up helium balloons to get cell service as a temporary solution. I've seen that happen, particularly, I mentioned this to some people recently. I was at a golf tournament with my son years ago at Sherwood, and we were trying to call my mother in New York to comment on the golf tournament that we were at, and we couldn't get cell service. Well, the next year we had cell service, and I couldn't understand why, but they put helium balloons up about 300-400 feet, and there were antennas on top of it. So it was there just during the tournament. So maybe we can look into some ideas like that, out of the box thinking when there's an emergency, and when everything is restored, bring them back down. So I don't know if there's an FAA problem on that or whatever it is, but we got to put our heads together and come up with an answer for our residents who are crying for some kind of communication opportunity.
Understood.
Thank you.
Okay.
Before I go to Councilmember Bazagian, Councilmember Bazagian, please. Question.
Yes, I'll be very brief. One of my points of contention, and I shared this with you when we met, was a few weeks ago. Going over the past few years, it seems like even before the spike in inflation, your basic cable services and your general cable services were increasing annually at a much higher rate than the rate of inflation.
Mm-hmm.
It's gotten quite expensive. And of course, the last year or two, there's been inflation to add to that. But even prior to the inflation being more than a couple percent each year, it seems like you were going up in the 5 to 10% annually range. Could you address what the issues are with that and what
Sure.
justifies that increase?
The overwhelming majority of the cost increase is related to broadcast fees. And those broadcast fees can be tied back to, sports programming and large payments to athletes that then the teams have to pay those salaries, and those get from the team. They have to make such deals with, the sports programmers, the ESPNs, the Fox Sports Net to recoup that money. And then those broadcasters pass those costs on to the cable operators or the providers. And then, the cost of our services go up and it winds up being the customer. So,
do we have near future projections of what it looks like out there? Are these increases just going to continue unabated, or is there any relief in sight, or can we expect a spike? I mean, as you've heard, probably because you were in the audience, we like to know in advance when there are going to be large increases. Yours haven't been so large as consistently above the inflation rate.
Right. Well, I can't predict future signing bonuses of athletes, but I know that we do give advance notice for any time there's a rate change or a channel change. We give, a month's notice in advance to customers so that they can make a determination whether or not they want to continue service with us, or keep service. But yeah, we do give advance notice, and very, clearly in a bill statement that the rates will go up, and the consumer has time to make that decision.
Because that's the number one complaint I hear are the rates, the rate increases. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I just have a few questions. Again, thank you for being here. It's greatly appreciated. It's nice to see you here. On the rate issue, I'm going to ask this just as a customer. Is there any way the residents of Calabasas could be offered packages, whatever they might be, such that they didn't have to call in every 6 months or every 9 months or every year to get the new rates, as opposed to it automatically jumping up? I know if you call, you can get oftentimes new packages, which are the reduced rates or moderate rates. Is there something we could do? I'm asking as a council member and a resident, for our residents to offer them that opportunity.
At this time, unfortunately, no. We're trying to standardize the pricing across the board, so that just like when you go into an Apple store and you know what the price of the different phones are, you know what the price is for the different packages that we provide. And so we're trying to standardize that across the country, so that, the promotions that roll off are oftentimes confusing to the customer and to employees who have to manage that on a case-by-case basis. So again, we're trying to standardize the rates across the board so that there aren't promotions that roll off and a customer forgets that they had this price for 6 months or 12 months, and then all of a sudden their price went up and they don't know why. And then we explain that it's because the promotion rolled off. So that's what we're trying to phase out and have standardized pricing across the board.
Okay. And do you have any idea when that will take place or go into effect?
The standardized pricing?
Yes.
It's transitioning now. I mean, we've been transitioning over the last several years.
Okay, great. And I do want to compliment you, because years ago, every Super Bowl, every Academy Award, every major event, magically, our TV would go out. I don't know about others in the city. I would get a lot of calls. Well, right at the end, and tie game or whatever it was. And that doesn't happen. And it really doesn't happen. So at least as far as that goes, thank you for that.
Whenever there's a major event such as that, we have a network lockdown. We don't touch the plant for a period of time before the event and after the event.
Okay. And then the other comments have already been made. I won't mention those, except following up on Ed's, whether it's balloons or others, and this may go to the cell carriers, possibly a joint event. There are personal hotspot or rolling hotspots. I know at concerts, Coachella, other big events that provide for that service. And in the case of an emergency, access for landlines. I mean, whether it's earthquake, fire, that's why a lot of people still maintain, most people, I would say in the city, still maintain landlines for that purpose when the cell towers go out. So they have that emergency to call 911, call for help on those landlines. So what can we do? And I think that's echoing what the Mayor Pro Tem said. What can we do jointly to make that happen, to protect
I
our
will follow
residents?
up with our technical team and our leadership and get back to staff and see what creative solutions there might be for those type of emergencies to maintain 911 emergency services in an emergency.
That's important. And thank you. And was the January 26th was the tree on Topanga just north of Mulholland? Is that the one, or is that a different one?
I think that was a different one. This one was at Buenaventura Street.
Okay.
It was over in Woodland Hills.
Correct.
It was LADWP. And
okay. And before we go, I'm going to thank you and pass to Kendon. You wanted to make some comments, our city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could just take a few minutes. Mr. Sawyer, one of the questions that was posed by the council, by the community, was also in regards to communication to the city during these type of events. And I think some of the frustration that was felt in the community, and especially with our council members, was the lack of communication from Spectrum Charter to the city regarding the event. Councilmember Albrecht, you mentioned it well. You're in the business of communication, and we did not get that communication. We did not have communication from Spectrum for hours throughout that event. And Mayor Pro Tem Weintraub, I think one of the things that we need to point out is, even though Spectrum Charter was out and AT&T was out, there are residents that have T-Mobile, Verizon, and other cell carriers. And if the city has that information, we can pass that out, and then at least neighbor to neighbor information is being disseminated on the length of the event or repairs that are being made or whatever that is. And so again, if the city does not have that information, we cannot communicate that to our residents.
Right. And you and I spoke, and there was miscommunication, I think, with Charter, like that. I think you touched on it a little bit, but when we reached out to Charter to see what was going on at first, I think you weren't even aware that the system was down in Calabasas. There was some miscommunication. I mean, which happens, but it's just the city wasn't receiving what we needed to communicate.
Right. No.
Anything else, Mr. City Manager? Kendon?
That's it, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on unless there are further comments by council members. We have some public comment. Okay, we'll move on to in-person public comment. We have been waiting a long time for this. John Blank to speak as he's written, Spectrum cable fees. Welcome.
My name is John Blank. I'm a longtime resident of Calabasas, going on 39 years. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here today not to talk about the outages so much as I am talking about the fees. I went back and looked at fees that I've been paying from September to September, because it was 6.5 years ago, it looks like, that Time Warner became Spectrum. On September of 2016, my bill was $154.30. The following month, it was $255 when Spectrum took over. Incrementally, it was $264, $272, $286, $293. It went down a few dollars because I turned it 2 boxes. And my last bill that I received in February now is $305. That's $21.27 more than the previous month. $305. That's more than the cost of many of the flat screen TVs you can buy in the store. In the 6 years, it's quite a jump. There were young people here before, and I was looking over at them thinking one day they're going to reside possibly in Calabasas, have their families. What are they going to pay? $600, $700 a month for TV? I harken back to when, as a college student, I was in England, and I remember talking to some people there, and they told me they pay £10 a month for TV service. I thought it was ridiculous because at the time we didn't pay anything. We had antennas.
But now we have cable. So what do we do? And what do I get for it? I get daily freezing on my TV screen. When I call up about that, I'm told, well, bring the box in. Well, I could bring the box in, exchange the box. They tell me it may not change the problem, but I have a lot of things DVR'd on my TV, things that are very important to my family. And if I turn my present box in, I lose all that. I get a lot of tiling on my TV. That's when you get these checkered visions on the TV. They come and they go, and it's very difficult to watch the TV. I pay double for channels, for double channels, I should say. I think the first 100 channels are basic channels, and then you see the same TV shows on HD. So when I asked the young lady, when I spoke to her on the phone, who represents Spectrum, why don't you just do the HD? She tells me we cannot. I said, what's the reason? I don't know. I pay for channels I don't want. I get this channel 1. I never asked for channel 1. Nobody voted for channel 1. I turn my TV on in the morning or later in the day. What's up there? Not the previous night where I watched. It was, am I out of time?
Why don't you wrap up a little?
I want to hear
bit,
what he
please?
wants.
Like to hear.
Okay. I'm grandfathered in. Prices should be the same. When I do call and ask why I get these increases all the time, I'm told that my discount is run out. I go, what discount? You unilaterally increase my prices. What discount are you talking about? The response is, I don't know. It's always, I don't know. Anyway, there's a monopoly here. There's no competition. If you want cable, it's Spectrum or nothing. And we all watch TV. And paying $305 is out of the question. I think what's happening, I think maybe the gas company, electric company, and cable company are all getting together and they're saying to each other, I got mine, now you will get yours. Anyway, I'd like the council to please look into it. It's out of hand. And I think because of inflation, they're using this as an excuse to raise prices. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here. Clark Canfield.
Thank you for the opportunity that you're putting on this evening. I think it's very, very important. Frances mentioned it, and I agree with her. This is something we needed, and I appreciate the utilities that showed up. And shame on the gas company. That's just ridiculous that they aren't here or have some way of communicating with us tonight. In reference to Spectrum, we don't utilize them other than our internet, and that too has been steadily increasing. It doesn't seem like we have an option out there, although and I'm on the west side, up and down Lost Hills Road, we see regular maintenance and changes, road being torn up, and I go out and check, and the fiber optics that are being laid in or anything like that. And I said, well, why not spreading it off? We're having feeds back into the communities, and they're usually saying it's going down to Malibu or something. And we don't have a choice, but we have to stick with Spectrum. In reference to the discounts or anything like that, you don't get any unless you call up and threaten that you're going to leave, and you have to take that proactive measure to get any kind of a discount. I've kind of given up on it, to be quite honest with you. I know that there's some programs out there for low income folks that can subsidize some of their internet and whatnot, but there are a lot of people here that don't meet that criteria, and there are a lot of seniors in the area that should have some type of discount or something. I mean, you can go to McDonald's and get coffee discount everywhere, is 55 or older or whatever, but they don't seem to offer any type of a discount to seniors or people that fall outside of that income issue that you can get subsidized on. And lastly, I don't know what the policy is within Spectrum and why it isn't a little bit more proactive, but when the system goes down, I think there should be an opportunity for residents to get a credit without having to, fight their way to obtain that. It takes an enormous amount of time and effort to do that. And I don't know exactly what the thresholds are as far as credits if the system is down. That's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Madam Clerk, I have no other cards here, but I believe there's someone online who'd like to speak.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor. Francis Alette.
Francis, welcome back. Francis, are you there? No, we must have an outage.
Okay, nope. I just got the unmute signal. Thanks for letting me I wanted to follow up on a couple of things. John Blank and Clark Canfield illustrated the fact that consumers really don't have much of a choice when it comes to internet service in Calabasas. It's a monopoly. I have been checking with Verizon and other internet providers for literally 10 years off and on to see what options are out there. And it always comes down to Spectrum and AT&T. So anything that can be done on a municipal level to increase competition will only benefit residents. Pivoting to a follow-up question that Alicia Weintraub had asked about the communication blackout. I know that Spectrum's piggybacked onto Verizon's network, and so much would really depend on just where the system failure occurs. But would it make a difference if our cell towers throughout the city had a battery backup? It wouldn't address landlines going down, but it might be able to extend cell service. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments. Madam Clerk, are there any other public comments on this item? No? All right. Then unless there are other council questions or comments on this matter, unless Mr. Sawyer, you wish to add anything, we'll thank you for being here, and we'll look forward to continually working together towards better solutions for all of us. It is now 9:02, and we've been going a little over 2 hours. I think we'll take a 10-minute break and come back to go at 9:12. How's that? Everybody good with that? Okay, thank you. We are back and it is 9:12. So great job, everyone. Thank you. We are going to proceed next to, and we have AT&T here, Noel Pillay here. Welcome.
Very much. Good evening.
And thank you for being here.
Thank you. So I have just a couple of brief comments that I'd like to go ahead and address in the interest of time. And then if you'll allow, we can go ahead and take the rest of the time in questions. So good evening. My name once again is Noel Pillay. I'm with External Affairs for AT&T. Our goal is to identify challenges and work together with the city team to provide and implement shared solutions. Through our continued collaboration with the city, we will continue to explore opportunities to upgrade the existing network through upgrades through existing infrastructure and build new possibilities. To that, I can go ahead and share that with working collaboratively with staff recently, we have 12 new wireless sites, 13 new outdoor distributed antenna systems, and those are for complex, spacious outdoor seating venues, outdoor settings, and additional new wireless sites that are currently planned for the upcoming 12 to 36 months. Similar to what Mr. Sawyer had indicated with regards to his infrastructure as far as what outages, those are primarily predicated for us as well relative to weather conditions and or cuts to the infrastructure and or disasters on that. And as far as specifically dealing with whenever the system goes down, what can we go ahead and do to be able to go ahead and address those situations? there is an opportunity for the city to be able to go ahead and request a cell on wheels, affirmatively known as CALS in our world. For something like that, your information systems manager will need to go ahead and access the FirstNet portal, or he can go ahead and contact myself, and I can go ahead and get that process moving forward on that. Once a request is made, our response operation group does go out, assess the situation, determines if the cell coverage in the area continues to be effective despite a degraded or offline cell tower, and the determination is made to go ahead and roll one out at that point if all of the metrics on that are met. Lastly, I just want to go ahead and state and stress that we understand how important our customers, we understand how important it is for our customers to stay connected. AT&T is committed to providing our customers with high quality, uninterrupted service, and we are working responsibly with a newly amended ordinance to perform necessary upgrades to the existing sites and upgrade and modernize the network. Fortunately, when network services outages do occur, we have processes in place to address the situation. Severe weather events are among the reasons we are working with communities across California to upgrade our older copper networks to more resilient advanced technologies like fiber. We are committed to continuing to meet the communications and public safety needs of the city of Calabasas residents and visitors, and invest in our communications infrastructure and new technologies in your county. Our priority is to restore all our customers as quickly and as safely as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council, questions or comments? Start with Mayor Pro Tem Weintraub.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for the commitment that AT&T is making to improve things. As has been communicated, we've had a lot of issues with AT&T over the last, it's really increased a lot over the last year or two, and multiple outages happening. Like, it's just the frequency of outages. And as I've expressed, like, I know it's a broken record, like the number one issue is public safety. It's inconvenient that you can't have a cell call from one end of the city to the other. Like, no one can stay on driving the whole city, but the bigger issue is public safety. So I appreciate you coming here and talking about the cell on wheels. And I know staff will follow up to see how we can make that happen, because as I don't need to go over the situation again, in that incident that happened January 26th, there was no way that people were able to communicate. And it was very scary for a lot of residents to have that. And we want to do everything possible so nothing like that ever happens again. And during the Woolsey fire, we missed the opportunity to get a cell on wheels. I know Malibu had one, but it never got deployed here. But we don't want to wait till a huge fire. You know, if it's going to be longer than a little while, we need to make sure that residents can get back up online. So we'll work with you. Appreciate the dialogue already in the short time that you've been on the job. It's been a game changer. So our staff will work with you to figure out how we can get these cell on wheels or anything like that deployed in the community as quickly as possible. So I'm happy you came with a solution and a suggestion. That's really what the purpose of tonight was. So I commend you for that. Thank you. And we'll see how quickly we can get those in our city.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Bisagian.
I too, I've just not seen a lot of improvement in the cell services from AT&T, and I'm a customer. I just haven't seen that much improvement in the last 10, 15 years. It just kind of flatlined, and anything that can be done, I would appreciate. I did have a question on bundling. I've been told that bundling is limited opportunities with AT&T, that you can't bundle a landline, your cell phone, and internet. Is that true?
I apologize. I'm not well versed with regards to that business side of our company. I can definitely go ahead and look into it and provide you an answer afterwards as well.
Yeah, I would like to know, because I have that question myself, and others have asked me that too, knowing that I use AT&T. So if you could find out an answer, that would be bundling all three together. I was told you can only bundle two of them together, and I don't know what reason that would be. So if you could find that out, I'd appreciate it.
And I'm sorry, the three would be wireless, wireline, and
Wireless, landline, and internet services.
okay.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kraut.
I too want to thank you for coming tonight. I really appreciate you showing up and being available to answer questions for us. Just a couple of questions in regards to 4G versus 5G. What is AT&T's current status here in Calabasas?
Entering Calabasas, we are transitioning everybody over to 5G.
What percentage would you say of Calabasas is covered in 4G versus 5G? Any idea?
I do not know. I can definitely find that out and get back with you on that, though.
Okay. And as far as moving to 5G, it's my understanding that your towers have a shorter range and need to transition to fiber optic or other cable below ground. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And what network are you running on below ground? Is it your own?
I believe it would be our own, yes.
Okay. Yeah, if you could provide more details for how that rollout is happening,
Okay.
and if you have a timeline on what we can expect in the future as well, that would really be helpful. It helps our residents understand how much AT&T is investing in the reliability and the coverage of their network in our area.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
One other thing along those lines is was mentioned earlier. State regulation requires battery backup to communication services.
Yes.
Does that apply to AT&T as well?
Yes, it does.
And you mentioned that you were in the process of doing that. What percentage of your towers would you say have battery backup at this point?
I don't have the exact figure on that, but I do know that we are in line to go ahead and meet with the state legislation on that.
Okay. And what is that deadline? Do you know?
I believe that's in September.
Okay. That's all the questions I had for you. Thank you. If you could follow up with that information, I'd really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Albrecht.
Thank you. Thank you as well for showing up tonight. Really appreciate it. We don't, I haven't had AT&T service. We've been using Spectrum all these years, but I do listen to other neighbors and residents, and there are commonalities in terms of the service complaints. We expect to have interrupted service from time to time for a variety of reasons that's in or out of your control. But I think overall, when a problem happens, I think the residents want to know primarily three things. You know, what happened, where did it happen, and how soon can it be repaired? When does it get back to normal? So I don't know if you communicate that to the residents when something happens, so at least they have some kind of timeline or expectation when things will be complete, even a guesstimation.
We would not be able to go ahead and provide something like that just because of the nature of whatever the repair may be going on. And so a lot of it depends on what it looks like when our techs are able to go ahead and evaluate the situation. If it's just a matter of replacing a burnt out fuse, if you will, that would take obviously be a lot quicker than an issue in which a water has seeped into an underground vault and damaged the cabling or flooded it. And so then at that point, we would need to be able to go ahead and have our crews go in there, sump pump the water out, dry out the equipment, and then evaluate to see what it looks like before an assessment could be made as far as the repairs on that. So we wouldn't be able to necessarily give any kind of a guesstimate on that because we don't feel that it would be appropriate to establish an expectation from the customer if we're not able to go ahead and meet it. So to give them a guesstimate on that, just to be able to give them a guesstimate for that sake, I don't think it's fair and it creates an equitable relationship on both sides.
Well, no one's holding a stopwatch, and we don't expect to have an exact answer. We've implemented something I've experienced being on council now for a couple of months that I really like a lot. We have our Public Works Department has been very busy the past couple of weeks, even beyond that with the rains, and we've had incidents of rock slides, trees coming down, and as council members, we receive a photograph from the crew that's there so we can see for ourselves how bad the situation is. We don't have to guess. You can look at a rock slide and you can generally see how big it is. And on just by viewing the picture, how long it would take. So I think it would give comfort to residents to know that you've done these things before, so you generally would know, just to give them some kind of idea, and then update those ideas, say more updates to follow. It's not a one-time, this is what it's going to be, and that's the end of it. So a series of communications, so at least people can have some idea how to plan for themselves. So I just appreciate you coming here, and I think the dialogue between City Council, as Mayor Pro Tem Weintraub mentioned, our number one issue here is public safety, and the safety of the residents. We depend on communication. So situations being reversed, you'd want to do the same thing if you were a resident in your neighborhood.
Absolutely.
You need some answers, and we want to provide that, and we depend on the likelihood of receiving it from the service providers. So that's what this is all about. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Noel, for being here. Appreciate it. And your comments. Quick few points. I will reiterate what's already been said. Emergency preparedness, public safety is our number one issue, and we want to find solutions. I want to thank you for your work already, as has been mentioned, working with our city to help find solutions to the issues we've been having. And that is truly appreciated. You mentioned the cell on wheels, and we talked about that. Mentioned the timing to determine someone goes out, someone determines the need. How long does that take before it is implemented, let's say, in an emergency situation?
The specific ETA on that I don't have, but I do know that as soon as the request is put in, the response team does come out instantaneously. They come out and they make that determination, and they at that point, I believe, are the ones that go ahead and provide the timeline as to delivery of it.
Okay, and where would that come from? For example, for our city,
that the request would come from your information systems.
I'm sorry, I misspoke on my question. Where would the cell on wheels come from?
The cell on wheels are strategically located throughout the state based on data that we received off of previous emergencies where the infrastructure has gone down. So I couldn't specifically let you know or tell you where it's coming, because it could come from as far north as somewhere in Northern California, as far as or as close south as potentially downtown LA.
Okay, so we're not necessarily talking about minutes or hours. It could be a little while more than that, or even a day or so, depending on where it was located.
I don't want to be flippant. So yes, it could be hours. It may take a day. It all depends on where it would be coming from.
Okay, thank you. And then last question. This is, again, residents' question. My question as residents who have AT&T landlines, very, very few. I know not many. Any way those rates can be stabilized without having to call or without having to have them skyrocket. And I know my understanding is the intention is to get landlines gone and have it all go through the computer and the acronym. If I'm correct, well, I don't want to guess. So is that correct at this point? Is that why the rates keep going sky high for the landlines?
Part of it is because of the need to be able to maintain the copper network in light of the diminished number of customers that are utilizing it.
And is there any way to modify or stabilize those rates? I know how inexpensive it is to go through the computer for your phone, which is why I said I think that's an encouragement from AT&T to do that versus 10 times over to pay for a landline per month.
I'm not entirely certain that that's a possibility, but I can look into that for you and provide an answer.
I appreciate it. And again, appreciate your work so far. We're looking forward to working with you and continuing, and thanks for being here.
Thank you.
We have any other? Yeah, Councilmember Bazagian.
Quick question. Where are your offices headquartered?
I'm sorry?
Where are you stationed out of? Where are your offices?
I'm stationed out of El Segundo, but I am pretty much a virtual worker now.
But is it a region, like you cover what region?
Yeah, so I cover regionally, I cover the city of LA and portions of LA County as well.
Okay.
So I do now cover Calabasas.
Okay.
And Santa Clarita, Valencia, Palmdale area.
You're in your car at all times, I guess.
I am now.
Any other council comments or questions? I know I have no cards here, but there is someone virtually online, I believe. Madam
Yes,
Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, Stephanie Cohen.
Stephanie Cohen, welcome.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Hello. Thank you for this opportunity. I've lived in Calabasas over 20 years, and I realize that a lot of the discussion has focused on kind of the infrastructure, but I just want to state at this forum, since AT&T is present, that I'm extremely dissatisfied and disappointed with AT&T from a service standpoint, and that would include the landline and the wireless. I had a landline years ago. I gave up and canceled it because AT&T was impossible to deal with. I would get billed late fees without getting sent bills in the mail. I'd spend hours trying to speak to someone on the phone to get the late fees taken away. I'd be transferred and hung up on, and I gave up. But then because of what happened a month ago, I realized that I needed a landline for public safety, as you said. So about a month ago, I tried to get it reinstalled. And I have this issue with wireless also, but when I'm on the phone with AT&T, I get transferred to the wrong department time and time again. People are just transferring me, I think, just to get me off their desk. The number of times I've hung up on, the number of times I'm told a manager will call back and they never do. It just makes me feel really disrespected as a customer, spending hours trying to get any issue addressed. Plus the fact that their service windows are 12 hours, I feel is really unreasonable for people who have work and children and can't just sit home for 12 hours waiting for their phone line to be fixed. And so I really think that as a company, they need to get better to earn Calabasas's business and really kind of treat the customer with more care. And I also, just for the record, I know it was addressed, but I just want to state, I live in the Oaks, and most days, many of my calls are dropped. And when I've tried to call AT&T, there's no rebate, even if I don't have cell service for 3 days in a row. All I'm told is turn on your wireless calling. And meanwhile, I'm paying for wireless phone service. So I think that really, as we've said, needs to be addressed. And that's all. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I'm seeing you ask something, so
yeah,
go ahead.
So I apologize. I don't know if it's appropriate. If she would like to go ahead and I can deputize Mr. Russo on this, or if she wants to go ahead and contact me directly, I can assist her with regards to the rebate question that she had, as well as provide additional information. I do want to address the issue of the 12-hour service window right now. It's primarily because of the sudden rainstorms that we've had, that's increased the need to have our service technicians out on the field as well too. So we're not able to go ahead and adhere to a 4-hour time frame.
Okay, and I'll have you give our city clerk and Mr. Russo your number to contact. How's that? Or your contact info?
Please. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Do we have, Madam Clerk?
Can I follow up on, is there other people?
We have more.
Yeah, there's public comment. Is there other individuals, and who do we have? Joe Chilko, welcome again. Welcome back.
Hi, thank you very much for allowing me to speak again. From a public perspective, when you talk about these cells on wheels, the first question that comes to my mind is, well, why don't you have more of them? I mean, again, California is a huge market. There are a lot of areas in California that have challenging topographical situations. And you're just wondering why you're not putting the money into having more of them available. Maybe there's a good reason. Perhaps you can respond to that. The other is a general comment that the request for utility providers to coordinate and cooperate during emergencies is the same approach that's suggested in the city's emergency operations plan with regards to first responders. Now, maybe you don't see yourselves as first responders, and you're not, but you're critical to the process. The job of all the first responders is to get all those services up and working as quickly as possible. So it only makes sense that you should all be involved in the process. And if you aren't thinking in this direction, you should be thinking in this direction. Because as we have learned emergencies are happening more frequently, and communication is particularly problematic in Calabasas. And it is a solution that not only this city needs, but probably many other cities in this state as well. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We have another public comment.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Susan Ellis.
Suzanne Ellis, welcome.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm really grateful to have this opportunity to speak. I've been an AT&T customer forever, and I'm one of those that still has a landline and am frustrated by the price going up through the roof all the time. And I know that, Mr. Mayor, you already spoke about that, and I get the fact that there are less people with landlines, so the maintenance issue becomes more for the people that do have them. But I still can't believe that AT&T can't do something to keep the price down a little bit and stop raising it so much. But more important, the cell service. I get AT&T cell service at my house, and this has happened multiple times. The service has gone out. And I look online to see if it shows it's out in my area. It shows, oh, nothing's out in the area. So I call and I go through the whole, it takes forever. I think the customer service, I think, is terrible. AT&T, it's just terrible to try and get to talk to anybody. And then when I finally do, they still say, oh, there's nothing wrong. And it's not true. And then one time I called back again, and then someone said, oh yeah, there's a tower down in your area. There's maintenance on the tower or something. But so my main point is that you're not always truthful with the public that there's an issue. And I don't understand why, when there's an issue, you can't at least let us know by having it online, so we can find that. So I find that very frustrating. And I did actually get a rebate for 3 days once when my cell service was out for 3 days. So anyway, I just think that your guys' communication could be a lot better. And I would appreciate if that could be worked on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And any other individuals online, members of the public? Okay. Councilmember Bazagian, you wanted to ask something?
Yes, the speakers reminded me, your customer service is really poor. I mean, when you call, everything that they said is true. It takes forever to actually talk to a human. And by the time you do, that person usually passes you along to somebody else. And oftentimes they pass you along so many times that you get dropped basically somewhere in the transfer. And then there's no way to go. You start all over again. That needs to be worked on. I mean, that's you just don't have enough people answering phones is my guess. The other thing that someone mentioned that's also correct, I don't see a reason why the bills come out so late. The billing that you do, the bills are due like a few days within the time I get the bill. And is there a reason for that? I mean, of all the bills I get, and I'm not one to not pay promptly, yours are the only ones that I just can't seem to keep up with unless I go to the post office the very next day. Why is there such a narrow window like that?
I'm not familiar with that. I can definitely look into that and provide you an answer for that as well.
And then of all things, every month I get an email follow-up saying you haven't paid your bill, because by the time I'm sending the bill back with the payment, it's, it gets crossed in the mail with the email message. And of course, it's very distressing to get an email message like that. You're not really sure whether they got it or not. So I think that's an easy fix. I mean, either send out the bill earlier or give people more time to pay, because it's truly is unreasonable. I could show you the date of the bill and then the date it's due. It's just totally unreasonable.
Okay. Any other council comments or council member? Oh.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to address one of the items or two of the items that have been discussed regarding communications, not just AT&T, but regarding our any communication platform that relies on a fiber optic network. As a council, one of the things that we've done earlier this year is we authorized use of some of our Metro funds to install to research and provide the design for a broadband network of fiber optic cabling that has two benefits. One, it's redundant in that it has two pathways across the 101 corridor. In case one of the lines gets cut, it could switch over to the other one automatically. And as a city, once that's installed, I don't know exactly how this is going to work out, but there's potential to lease the use of this network to smaller carriers, which would increase competition, to lease the use of this network to larger providers who don't have redundancy. There's great opportunities that we are exploring as a city during this design process right now. So I want to let the public know that we are hearing you and that we do recognize the need for more competition and for redundancy in networks. And we recognize that fiber optics is the pathway to communication in the future, whether it's a cell tower that has to communicate underground after the signal is received, or whether we're talking about cable television or any of the other internet accesses that we need. So we as a city are hearing you and we are moving steps in that direction. And I just wanted to share that before we concluded the communication portion here.
Any other council comments or questions? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Weintraub.
I just wanted to say that we're working very hard to work with the carriers to improve the service, the reliability within the community. And I'll discuss that when we talk about subcommittee reports. But and for the first time in a very long time, I actually feel that progress is going to happen. So residents should hopefully begin to see improvements in their cell service. Fingers crossed.
Okay, thank you. And Noel, thank you for that optimistic positivity we're hearing about. That's in large part to you, but all the carriers as well. But I appreciate your being here and look forward to working together.
As do I. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I will now proceed to.
Yeah, I just make a comment.
Is it on this particular?
It's just what Councilman Kraut said about redundancy. That's all.
Yes, I will allow it, but we have a lot still to go, but please.
Okay, very quickly. I mean, there's a misnomer or a misunderstanding with regards to redundancy. Our network is also redundant. A true redundant network means that a household would have to have two entry points for communication. Otherwise, after the redundant ring that covers many neighborhoods, once you go off of that and there's a fiber cut from the redundant ring to a resident, then it doesn't matter, who the provider is. It's just a single entry into the home. So for true redundancy, you'd have to have a, fiber in the front of the house, fiber in the back of the house, so that when one of those gets cut, the other one's working. So I just wanted to clarify the redundancy issue that oftentimes gets misunderstood.
Thank you very much. And we can continue that conversation too, hopefully, at another meeting or another time. We'll move on to our next speaker and presenter, Southern California Edison. We have three representatives, Andrew Thomas in person, John Morehouse, and Ron Gales via Zoom to address City Council. Welcome and thank you again for being here.
Thank you for calling this together, to Mayor Shapiro, Mayor Pro Tem, and to the council. I appreciate being here. I do have a additional colleague on the line, I believe, if he's still with us. And
he is the line. Eric Taitiano.
Yeah, he is on as well. So if you can open up those lines, I think that might be an opportunity if they have to make comment.
They're on. They're on.
And the name is Eric. Okay. Taitino. Okay.
I did come with a presentation this evening, and I don't want to either shirk it, as it does have some information that I think would be helpful for those who have stayed on here on site and those who are online. It has some certain resources, certain QR codes and other things that we hope that can be shared either on your mediums, as far as your social mediums, so that your residents can have information and resources that would help them through certain issues that have come up and brought to my attention. So I'll try to go through that quickly and then get to your questions. I have a presentation and a pen. So the presentation is to share, and the pen is to obviously take notes and be able to work continuously like we've already been doing. In regards to, next slide, please. Obviously, you guys know that Southern California is an entity that has a great expanse of its reach throughout California, 50,000 square miles of service area. Obviously, you here don't live in 50,000 square miles, you live in Calabasas. But what that 50,000 miles does give is an experience and knowledge that we hope to bring to bear through the opportunities and things that are going on here in the city. So we definitely are somebody who's seasoned in working with cities, and we are doing that here as well. Next slide. Our goals always are to strengthen and modernize the grid. It is something that we take very seriously, along with the pledge for safety. Our investments are to support the safe and reliable and affordable clean energy for our customers. SCE plans to spend about $5 billion each year to maintain and harden the infrastructure. And we'll definitely highlight some of those things that are happening here in regards to infrastructure reliability, some undergrounding projects, wildfire mitigation, which is definitely an important aspect, a beautiful vegetation canopy here. We don't want it to also be a cause of challenge because it interacts with lines, transmission and distribution, and then obviously long-term energy policies working with you. For example, recently you passed Option E, which was a streetlight program that's going to do some things to electrify, lighten the city at night, but also bring some considerable cost savings. So we definitely have been working together, and we can continue to do so. But however, one of the big things that are the themes of the evening are the issues of rates and affordability. Next slide, please. SCE is committed to providing safe and reliable and affordable clean energy to its customers, while meeting with clean energy commitments to carbon neutrality, which we know is something that's very important to you here. The one thing you look at with rates, and it may sometimes put a late address, move persons more towards sleep, is the idea of how we get paid, and that idea. We are based, as others may be, on a general rate case. We present to the CPUC a rate case every 4 years. And based on that case, they present us a revenue stream that, based on the revenue requirements we need to cover our overhead and our maintenance, and through the generation of our wildfire risk mitigation and for state mandated programs. SCC does not make money from the increased use of electricity. It earns it on the authorized rate of return on the investments in the grid. So those things that we do every day to replace poles, those things we're doing to work with cities on reach codes, those are different aspects that are investments into your communities that we stake our reputation on to the CPUC, and that's what our rates are generally based on. The affordability aspect is extremely important, as I've heard here. If you go to the slide that you're seeing now, has some QR codes on there. So if any resident wants to use that to log in, you'll see a number of resources, such as our medical baseline program for persons who may face challenges. They can get that information through there. There are also some other care and FAR programs that are for persons who are experiencing economic challenges. And we also have resources, so persons across economic spectrums can get energy efficiency programs that can help them find cost savings in their homes. So from every end of the spectrum, we are supporting persons through electrification, through support and affordability, and through rates that we are basically staking our claims for through our investment into the infrastructure. Some of my colleagues are on the line who are in certain areas, and if they want to kind of chime in, they're welcome to do so. Next slide. One of the things I wanted to try to equip in coming to you was there's also the information is so very important. And one of the things we have as a forward-facing portal is something called our capital improvements maps. One of the things you requested was, what are some of the efforts being brought to the city, and how can we see those? Well, one, we're just ahead of our reliability update, which will be coming in a couple of months. So I'll give you some additional updates on how our reliability numbers have done over the last year. But in the interim, there is a capital improvements map. And if you see on this map, you'll be able to go in and look exactly what's happening in your particular city. Next slide. The next slide you see is your city inside of the SEE.com/capital improvements portal. It is definitely something that can be drilled down. Next slide. And if you drill down into that slide, putting in the city of Calabasas, you'll see a certain kiosk that has a number of a legend in there where you can see pole replacements, overhead conductors, other type of replacement efforts that are going on in the area. Right now, there have been 13 poles that are being replaced in the city in 2023. And going out to the next 24 months, there are 17 grid hardening projects that are designated for the city, which includes some covered conductor work, also replacing some transformers and some other efforts that are ongoing. I know I've been working with Eric, Robert Gelda, and Tatiana on also making sure that those replacements efforts we're doing are not causing any undue stress on your city. We know that we had the thing back in October where there were some challenges, and I came before and did a public comment with you as well to make sure that those things don't happen into the future, making sure our crews and our contract crews are operating as you expect in a safe capacity. Finally, within that, there'll be 22.7 miles of either covered conductor and undergrounding going on and basically going out into 2025. So there are some targeted efforts to come to the city to underground, to cover conductor, to replace conductor that's been worn, and also to do the regular replacement of poles and other things that are in the area, and do so that they're not intrusive to the city, cutting off thoroughfares and other things, working at particular times that are best suited for your commuters. And that's an ongoing process. Next slide. And the next slide, basically, when you talk about capital improvements on a drill down level, cover conductors, fire resistant poles, which is a very important aspect of safety, protective switches and undergrounding are just some of the efforts that are going to be directed toward the city. And as we're working with you, we're definitely working with permitting, making sure we're updating you on those issues, and also working with you. There's times when we've had maintenance outages or persons have had to call and say, hey, we have an event going on. Maybe not recently in this city, but in another city, they had an outage that would affect the Civic Center, for example, in Thousand Oaks. So working together, we were able to change that so it wouldn't disrupt a public venue that is significant to the city. Next slide. As we do those things, however, those reliabilities does mandate that cooperation that you've shown to us, and we will continue to try to be respectful of. When there are those outages, there are types of outages. The main ones that you'll see are maintenance outages. Those are the ones that are announced to the city that we're going to be coming in and replacing a certain work. They're announced. They are pre-known, and we do an outage notification process to make you aware when that's coming. And we'll roll out what that notification process looks like. So maintenance outages are pre-announced. Emergency outages and repairs are those emergent things. Recently, we had somebody hit a pole, and that is something that obviously nobody knows. And so after that happens, there is a cascade that will get information out, but the initial outage is unannounced because it is a toward event, and hopefully that person was fine with that incident that happened on the Rhoda circuit that affected the Saratoga Hills area recently that came through. The rotating outages, we've been very fortunate to not have to implement that. Obviously, last summer when it became torridly hot, the state put out some mandates and people cooperated so that rotating outages did not have to occur in this city. But there's also what you guys have known historically as PSPS, public safety power shutoffs. And those are incidents that are incidents of last resort. We don't want to use those if at all possible, but obviously for the safety of this city, we employ those in conjunction with guidelines so they're not arbitrary as well. If you look on the screen for those who are at home or looking online, there are opportunities to get outage notifications. So you can get them in many different forms, through a text, through a vocal a voicemail, or you can also get it through email, or you can get all three if you choose to do so. So there are those tools with those key codes that are there. that you can get those updates if you choose to receive those as well. And I think those are helpful things that we're constantly looking how to improve on those processes. I know that recently there were some things that went on in regards to the estimate process. We have an outage time and an estimate of repair. And at times when we go in, our estimates, we actually beat those and we're able to get the work done before that estimate happens. There's other times when the estimate has to be adjusted back when our troublemen get on scene and discover that there's something that has to reset the restoration time. So those are things we'll continue to work on and we'll continue to look to improve. Next slide. So for customer notifications, there is a cascade that basically at its best, we do try to give as much lead time as possible. And these are customer notifications, particularly for maintenance outages. An automated message will be sent out to those persons to make them aware of process that are coming forward. A notification by mail will come out in an 8 to 10 day range. Less than 10 days, our goal is for customers to receive at least 5 days notice of an automated notification. And then 3 days, particularly for those who are critical care customers, we reach out at least 3 days before to make sure that those dear residents of your city are aware of these upcoming outages. And we do have support programs for them, backup battery generators and other programs that they can qualify for, because we know that those residents are particularly challenged by outages that may affect support mechanisms that they're using in their home. We have automated reminders. So I have had experiences with cities where people will call and say, I got this notice that there's going to be an outage tomorrow. And the idea is, yes, that is a reminder about the outage. So we do try to work with that, but we do know that there's opportunities for improvement on that area, but definitely open to some of the feedback that I know were in your questions regarding that process. Next slide. The information here, obviously, I don't want to challenge anybody who's in the room trying to read something at afar, but it goes to tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will deliver information to Kendon and the rest of the staff in regards to information that you can post on your sites, because more importantly than just me just speaking here is how can we get the information out to your residents? And these type of tools that are listed here, how to get a report an outage if you experience one, a down power line. Right now, we also know, for example, with vegetation management, the softening of the soil has uprooted a lot of trees. So how can you report something that is towardly going into one of the power lines? Those are tools that are available in this sheet that will be shared with the city so you can post them. And we have done things in the past, such as emergency preparation programs that we do with the city that announces how you can get those services in a public venue. So we definitely will make sure those are available. Next slide. And then to the last few slides, one of the things that comes up is when we have outages, what is our response? And one of the things we created as a tool that is, again, available to the public and to the city is an expedited circuit PSPS enhancement list. And basically in 2021, Edison made a significant progress in expediting hardening work to reduce the need for PSPS in circuits that experienced more than 4 PSPS outages between 2019 and 2021. So those circuits that have had repeated PSPS outages are now on an expedited circuit list. Next slide. If you were to go into that, it's a cascade. It is set up by county. So you can go in by county. Once you go in by county, it goes in by the circuit. The circuit has next to the name the cities that circuit impacts. And then you could see the work that's being done in that circuit. Next slide. In this example, the Las Casas, which is in the northwestern portion of your city, maybe closer to the Hidden Hills border, records that it has had a weather station installed, and there have been implemented some switching protocols to improve segmentation. And so this is something that the city and residents can see what is actually coming directly to the area that I live in by the circuit, and next to the circuit, the cities or the areas that are impacting that circuit. So the enhanced circuit portal is something that residents can be directly involved with. And then finally, on to the next slide, please. And then most importantly, on a recurring basis, se.com/outage center is a place where residents can find out updates. If you get a maintenance outage, there's going to be a OEN number assigned to that. So how do I keep up with, is it over? Is it still going? The SEE Outage Center is a place where you can go in and by either by zip code, by your address, or by the OEN number that was sent to you, you can keep up with the status of that is. So what's been challenging in these recent storms we've had is that there have been so many outages that come in at the same time. There have been some reporting issues that we have worked on and making sure that as we have more storms coming in, we improve on it. But we do want to equip residents to be able to find out what the status of any individual outage is in their particular area. Next slide. Your city resides on 12 circuits, and I won't make anybody squint to see that. Next slide. But as we stand right now, we're just ahead of the update to our reliability report. And that reliability report reports on two things in particular: the average duration of outage that a resident has and the average frequency of outages. We call them SAIDI and SAIFI. And they're measured by equipment failure, the category of vegetation or an animal getting into a line. Other is where a circuit is patrolled and they don't find any cause. The operational things where there has to be an emergency repair that is done. A third party, which is an outage caused by a balloon or a car or some other issue that's come up, and then PSPS. Next slide. As you can see here on this slide, those ratings have shown over the 2021, and when I come back and I'll have the 2022 updates, that the biggest causes for outages over that time period were basically PSPS. That is probably predictable to a certain degree because of the issues that happened in 2021 and going back. But as importantly is to see about the next ones after that. Equipment failure was the next highest cited, third party, operations, and then vegetation and animals comes in after that. So what does that mean? As we come out to do vegetation management, as we're doing those pole replacements to make sure our operations are standing up to those poles that have been identified as deteriorating, we're going to help to reduce these numbers as we move forward. Next slide. The frequency matches the same thing, that the frequency of outages are reported. It does cite that PSPS over that time period was the most frequent cause for outages. After that, equipment failure. And so we do have places we have installed equipment that is now 30 to 40 years old. Our inspection continues to go back to examine that so we can upgrade and replace that. Our operational efforts are looked at. And then again, things like vegetation management or even our beloved wildlife do get into and we do have certain things where we can kind of protect lines from animal intrusion, squirrels and other birds that get into our lines. Next slide. The one thing that I won't belabor long on this one is that I know that there were some issues about outages that came up, and a resident sent some information in, and I just put this in because I did want to acknowledge a resident who would take the time to voice their concern. The one thing as I look at this that with my glasses off, I guess I can't really see it, but the idea about these outages are very in particular to look at. There's two of them that say that there were two outages just for a few seconds. And the resident said, don't dismiss those outages that are just for a few seconds. And we don't dismiss anything. But one of the things I look at when I see that is a system that works. When there's an outage of only a few seconds, that means that something has been totally invasive to the system. The system recognizes what that is, and the systems are set up to kind of shift either as segmentation or other things. So instead of that power going out, you may experience a flicker. And yes, that resident may have to reset their time clock, but it isn't an outage. And so I think there is certain aspects that I don't celebrate those few second outages, but I also recognize that those flickers and reboots are something that shows our system is working as it's supposed to. On the other three outages that are listed there, they were emergency outages. And basically with the winds that we had, it caused some conductor wire to hit together. I think that was the one on March the 1st. And because they sparked together, it caused an outage because they were not covered conductor, and that where that outage took place. There was another outage that was listed on there that was done. I had it listed here. I mentioned the one that was the car accident that took a pole down. Those type of outages can't be reported ahead of time. So I don't celebrate anything there. I do celebrate residents who are responding. I celebrate this forum that you put together, but it is letting us know that we have work to do. And the work that we have been doing is resulting in minimal outages at times. Those maintenance outages, the one on January the 10th was a maintenance outage, so it was planned. And so that is basically being done so we can basically improve the system going forward. And working together, we'll continue to hopefully try to get that list to be more narrow and less outages in your city. But definitely all the things that are inside of the presentation and things I share with you guys will be things that hopefully residents will use. So I do have some colleagues on the line. I know that certain aspects are going to come up as questions, so I welcome your questions and thank you for your patience and for the residents as well. Thank you for helping.
Thank you very much. And we'll turn to council questions and comments. Councilmember Bazagian.
I have a number of comments and then a couple questions. Here are some pain points with Southern California Edison that are ongoing problems. When you have planned outages, oftentimes there's changes of dates. And there was one, I think about a year or two ago, where you change a date like 4 times. And when the reason why you notify people ahead of time is because it was a long outage. I think it was going to be a whole day you needed. I don't know what it was. I'm sure it was a legitimate need. But when you plan an outage and you inform people, you really need to keep to that date. And you really need to make sure that that's a date it's going to go on, because people make plans to be out of the home or stay overnight somewhere else. And it's very inconvenient to get a follow-up call saying it's not really going to be that date. One promise that we have been made several times by your representatives is prior to you coming on was that your use of the internal lingo is very, I would say, annoying to customers. When there's an emergency and they get an answer like, well, that, power's out on the Plateau circuit or on the Hornburg circuit. No one knows what the hell that means. It's not informing the customer of anything because no one's going to go and research as to what you mean by that. We expect our representatives to be familiar and conversant with our neighborhoods enough to communicate with residents properly. And that's not a responsive answer. And I hate to say it, but you sent an email a couple of days ago with that language in it in response to a resident's question, because I saw the email and I had no idea what you're talking about. And I'm not going to go do any research. So I'm sure the resident isn't either. And it's not the city's job to translate your email into what it means for their neighborhood. Lack of notification. Sometimes I realize there's outages that you can't notify us about, but sometimes there are. And I feel that we don't always get pre-notification. During the outage, there's oftentimes no information on your website. I don't even bother calling because I realize your circuits are probably jammed with inquiries. But at least when there's an outage, there should be, information on the website. And separate and apart from that, I think as a municipal government, you or someone under you should automatically call the city. That way we can tell our residents because they contact us oftentimes and we don't have the information. So I think that's a big problem. I know that one of your responses had been that we're free to give out your cell phone, but quite honestly, one of the outages that occurred last month was in the community I live in. 2,400 customers were affected according to your statistics. And it was at 1 o'clock in the morning. No one's going to call you on your cell phone at 1 o'clock in the morning. And I wouldn't expect you to answer the call. A resident's not going to do that. I checked on the website to get information. I signed up for the notification. I got nothing. I did get a call the next morning after a phone call after it was already obviously back on. And it was a very limited value to have that information at that time. So it sounds like a lot of people aren't on duty overnight or in these times. Let's see. Another example, when we had the mayor's lunch last year, which you were at, there was a power outage at the mayor's lunch. And I remember you not knowing about it, like your own office had not communicated with you. Why would that ever be? It's kind of a rhetorical question. You're at the lunch, you're in the dark with everybody else, and you don't know that there's a power outage. It spoiled the mayor's lunch because we had a audio visual component that was unable to be played. but it was kind of like a joke, like no one knew what was going on, and you were there and people were coming up to you and your office didn't tell you. There's clearly an internal communications problem over at Southern California Edison. Another example, you were doing some work on poles, which you often do. So you close the 101 freeway going north. This is a while back.
Okay.
And you close that during the morning. So I got stuck in that. And then on my way back, you closed the other side and I got stuck on that. I checked with the city. We got no notification that you were doing that. So in and out of Calabasas, which is very challenging if you're taking side streets, we got zero notification. And afterwards, we got an apology, but that doesn't do very much for us when our residents are very frustrated and they don't have advance notice so they can make plans to take alternate routes or travel during alternate times. Thanksgiving 2021, zero notification when we had all those problems. So many people's day and evenings were spoiled, including my own, which I left my home that night because it was unbearable, the situation. I couldn't get any information on when the power was coming back. The worst part of that was it was a planned outage. You had planned to be out, and you had given the city council members, our staff, and our city manager a backline phone number to call to get all the information. You gave us the wrong number. I don't know if you're aware of that, but Southern California actually gave us a bad number. It didn't go anywhere. And we got an apology afterwards, but that's a kind of lack of foresight when you know you're going to have a power outage that you didn't take care of. Finally, a question to you would be, what rate increases are you requesting or do you plan to request this year?
I think one of my colleagues, Ron Gale's on the line. As we talked about before, it's in line with our rate case. So Ron, I don't know if you want to chime in about any of our rate issues.
Yes. Can you hear me? Can people hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Council member, to answer your question, there is plans for one more rate change this year on June 1st. The amount of it is still being determined. A lot of it has to do with market prices for natural gas. That was the reason for 6.2% increase that took place on January 1st. And so it looks right now that the markets for gas prices and the energy markets are stabilizing. So that might really minimize the rate increase. But at this time, the only rate increase we're looking at going forward for the rest of this year is on June 1st. My one exception to that is if some of the CPUC decisions we're waiting for that would affect that rate increase don't come in time for June 1st, then the amount of the increase or the change, I can't even say it's going to be an increase yet, it might change, and there might be an October 1st change that would make up for what's not included in the June 1st increase because of the timing of the CPUC decision. I hope that was helpful with the answer.
Okay, well, it is helpful. As I've noted with some of the other providers and as other council members have noted, these rate increases are very high. They're higher than the rate of inflation. And the history of your rate increases, which have been fairly high in recent years, do track with the legal settlements against Southern California Edison in time, at least they track, and raises suspicion that once again, the consumers are paying for settlements of tortious activities that they should not be having to pay for, because the settlements are punishment, and the punishment seems to be just going to the residents and the consumers rather than to the company. So I would expect that if you're going to go to the CPUC and ask for rate increases, that at the very least they be not only justified but tied to improvements in services, which I have not seen. I've seen really a deterioration in the level of services and responsiveness. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Weintraub.
Andrew, thank you for being here. I'm not even going to go back to the October event because we've had so many since then, and I think we've figured out what had to change as a result of that. I speak to my colleagues up and down the state of California, and no one seems to have the same issues that we have in our small city of Calabasas with the lack of reliable power. It just does not happen at the same frequency as it happens here. we don't have reliable power. I mean, in certain areas of our community, I'll speak for my neighborhood, Saratoga Hills, power is constantly going out for no explanation. Have been some improvements on the Vicasa circuit, as you showed, but I really want to focus on why certain areas in our community don't have reliable power. And I know you put all these links to things in there, but we asked specifically about Saratoga. So I want you to answer that after I finish some of my questions. The other issue too is power goes out and there's no communication on why it went out, how it happened, when it's going to come back, and exactly what was brought up. So people text us, they call us, do you know what's going on? There's no information. And sometimes the notices come right away, but sometimes they're so delayed. And that's a big issue. Like, we're a small enough city that when power goes out for our community, our staff should know. They should understand what's going on. But really, I want to use your time here to understand the infrastructure improvements and how we can fix the current situation. I mean, in that, whomever the resident is who wrote to you about 2 hours, 5 hours, 10 hours. I have not heard from our residents about these planned outages. Every so often we get that, but the ones that are happening all the time, they're not planned or emergencies. In my opinion, it's bad infrastructure that's impacting our communities. Everyone is understanding, when it's an emergency. I really believe that. We don't hear complaints Thanksgiving was a different situation, but the frequency that power goes out, it's just not acceptable.
Well, we'll definitely working with both comments. Or one aspect is the communication aspect, and we are going to be targeting that. I know I have one of my colleagues on the line about the communication process. Those incidents that are unplanned or those repair outages, we definitely can make sure we continue to report, improve on reporting. When a troubleman goes out to that site, they get onto an emergency repair, and then they report back to us. That generates or helps generate a response. So there is troublemen and others that we call troublemen, the people who are first responders on those. They do play a role in that, and they're doing a great job in trying to make sure they get those responses back to us. I know one of our field supervisors on the line today, and he's making sure his teams are all doing that as well. So that is an aspect that obviously I'll take that back and report. The report that was shared by the resident is going to be taken back. I did share actually that 2 of those were momentary outages. The other ones were, other 2 of them were also emergency responses. But what you're saying goes beyond that. So it's not taken lightly, the commentary that you're both sharing about Saratoga. There are some efforts going toward that Saratoga Hills area. I know my field operations, John Morehouse, is on the line. John, do you have any commentary about any forthcoming efforts toward that direction of the city?
Yeah, I can go ahead and speak on that. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I am fairly new to the area. I do understand that I believe Saratoga Hills is like Lost Hills north of the 101. We do have a work order currently in our shop to replace covered conductor from the 101 freeway north Parkville Road. And that meets up with where the Calabasas landfill is. Earlier in the year, I believe it was into January, we did finish reconductoring the Calabasas landfill to covered conductor. As Andrew stated earlier, that will help with where we did have that unexpected outage. There was wire slapping together, caused an outage in the middle of the night for a lot of people. So that's part of the grid hardening and modernization that we are doing in the Saratoga Hills area.
So beyond that, obviously between that and the reporting aspects, we'll continue to work with you. We'll work with the city, with Kenton as well. There are some maintenance outages that I can monitor that if any of them that are going to be toward, I'm going to just reach out and make sure that they're aware of that. But there are some continual communication processes that we can improve on, that I'll stand in front of the council and say I can improve on, because there have been some that are maintenance outages that I can tip off. I know we just had one in Thousand Oaks that's going to affect the church on Jan's Road on Sunday.
Not good.
That's in Lenten season. We did get it changed. So it was changed over to the 25th on a Saturday. They do have services there, and we are providing a generator support so that church can function. So there are times when we are, continuously trying to be aware of our communities and getting it right. And the communication that you're sharing today will help us continue to do so.
I have two last quick questions. One, how can we get charging stations out to our community when there's outages for longer than like an hour or two?
Okay. So when you say charging, you're not talking about EV vehicle charging, it's just charging stations.
Or just something to assist people or generators. I mean, just a 10-hour outage, it's a long time.
Yeah. Those are communications that I can go back and find out about that process and make sure I share with Kendon directly. I know during PSPS seasons, we have seasons of PSPS. We have vehicles, care vehicles that are assigned. Obviously, in a certain entire area, they are assigned to areas of most in need. But obviously, letting them know that this is a request, and those care vehicles that come out do have snacks, water. They have charging stations for cell phones, and they do have the medical bags. So those who need medication refrigerated, they have those bags, and those vehicles are deployed. I don't want to say deplorable because it might be a little bit late in the evening, but they can be deployed. And along with your having your De Anza community center that comes up under emergencies, we support that as well.
So if you can work with Kindon on that. And then also if you could just provide us, so we don't have to search if you could provide us with a list of the proposed infrastructure improvements for the city of Calabasas, so that when we go out and speak to HOAs, and we can just have that information instead of like going through. And then my last thing is, and I'm not sure how, one of the biggest issues is when power goes out, say 10 hours, 12 hours, residents are forced to go out and purchase food. You can't use your refrigerator, nothing's working. And there's all these rules around it so that SCE does not have to reimburse residents. My own neighborhood, we've lost power so many times, and I submit my claims. I follow all the rules, denied, because I forget the rule that like exempts SCE. But I would love to find a way to see what we can do for neighborhoods that just are losing power at such high frequency. I mean, to be out hundreds of dollars for food when you have a stocked refrigerator because of infrastructure issues, just in my opinion, is not right by any means.
Definitely understood.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Kraut.
Thank you. Andrew, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Councilmember Bazagia mentioned the mayor's lunch, and I remember us sitting with you that day. What did you do after that day to change the way that SCE keeps you in the loop?
There are opportunities to put in certain things. I'll be honest. There are certain cities that have city council meetings, and I'll let my teams know on these days. Let me know if there's going to be anything particularly happening on city council days and they let me know. That is something that just can be extended. Obviously, I don't do it necessarily as a courtesy. I do it because city business has to be conducted. But those kind of actions can take place. The communication, as I said before, that allowed us to change a planned outage from stopping a church to have its services is something that can be done. But there are times when there are those more tougher decisions. I have had an outreach where somebody said, it's going to be cold tonight and my child is young. And, I ache for that and have a heart to do that. But I do realize that even that the good news would be challenging, because somebody would put it on the neighborhood or put it on Facebook and said, hey, and then somebody else would say, okay, my dog is going to be cold and my plants are going to be cold. You can't do it for every circumstance. But there is that communication between the city and myself, so that if there are issues that are going to a school play or some other event that's significant to the city, that we can try to work together to move it back or change it around. And we did learn from the incident that happened near the school. between our contract crew. It won't happen as we have the new pole replacements that are coming up in October. So there's learnings, and we're definitely working to make sure that's reflected in our work.
Thank you. I think I'm more looking for a better understanding of how quickly do you get notified when the power goes out in your service area?
I'm in a regular loop of notification. I tend to get a lot of the calls from the city. So it's kind of, I work in the same realm that you guys work in as far as the notification process that are checked off for you as elected officials. I do obviously have connections when I'm in office or in the district office with my teams, so they can let me know. But if it's an immediate emergency outage, I tend to get it on our system just as when the troubleman reported back and the team generates an outage report. So it's pretty much the same time that our city would get it.
Okay, I guess to be a little more specific, on March 5th, the power went out, and within 15 to 20 minutes, I had a notification from Spectrum that the power had gone out. And the notification from Edison came in more than a half hour later. Do you know in the first 5 minutes, or do you not know for the first hour as well?
I don't know in those first 5 minutes. I will say March the 5th, notwithstanding a torrid wind and storm season, there were a lot of outages. And what happens in that time was there was something called a storm declaration. And in a storm declaration, that means there's so many outages, not only for significant outages, but storm strikes that do momentary outages, that the notification process is delayed because it's getting all these responses. So that is something that happens in a declaration. I think I sent out a notification to some of the public works persons to say during a storm declaration, the notification process is going to be delayed. So I will try to communicate with you. And if there isn't a storm declaration, it'll come out a lot faster. But when it's torrid like it was a couple of weeks ago and there's outages going on all over, the reporting process between people in the field reporting it back doesn't generate the responses as quickly as they can keep up with all the outages that they're out there. And that's
okay, I'm still confused. Do you think the notification process needs to be faster? I mean,
I think that the mechanisms that are there are in place. I think we can always continue to review it. I have had cities say that they got notification about outages that are going on. But yes, the feedback that I get from you is not taken lightly that our system is fine and one person is saying it. You're saying it is going to be reviewed. People on the line who hear your response just now are going to take it back as well and make sure that we continue to try to respond in a positive way.
Okay, thank you. And to try to get our citizens out of the loop of this notification process, for example, I have notifications for my area, for my home, because I, subscribed.
Mm-hmm.
Is the city notified of any outage in the city? And is that process a text message or an email, or do they wait for your phone call?
The city gets notifications on city properties that are going to be out, just like a resident would.
No, I'm talking about an emergency when the power goes out unexpectedly.
Oh. I'll have to look at, and I know that one of our notification persons on the line, Eric, I don't know if you want to chime in and give some idea about what happens in an emergency response. Eric, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, maybe speak up a little bit if you don't mind, please.
Okay, sorry about that. Hopefully you guys can hear me better here. So let me dial it back to your previous question. When we're notified, we have 13 switching centers throughout our territory where we have basically air traffic controllers that are monitoring 4,500 circuits that we have in our inventory that serve all our customers. When an outage occurs, those guys are aware of it. The instant that circuit breaker relays and opens up, there's alarms that trigger, and they begin, their process of, maybe remote switching, trying to get power back on to customers before we even roll a field service personnel out to the area. So we are trying, where we're applicable, to do some remote switching, automated switching, and usually within 30 minutes, our system analyzes who's still off and begins churning out notifications, preparing notifications with a estimated restoration time that might be based on like historical averages for that area or for the type of weather we're currently encountering. I wanted to try and go back to that one question because I think that's maybe where you were going with Andrew previously on how quickly Edison's aware of it, of when an outage occurs, and the answer is usually right when it occurs. We do have people that are aware of it and begin responding to it. Just even myself working in a notifications team for outages, I don't get notified unless I happen to be monitoring the system and looking at that circuit map or looking at city, in our outage management system. And forgive me, I forgot what your last question was. I wanted to go back and touch that point.
I think the last question was, is there a way that the city of Calabasas could be notified of any outage in the area where we don't really subscribe? We have, only a few Edison billing locations where we actually use your utility. But how would we get notified when something goes out in the Highlands, for example?
Right. Currently, as Andrew said, our system's set up unless there's a city meter that's part of that outage. We really don't have a way of triggering a notification to our city governments. That is some feedback we could definitely take back. I have had that question from from a couple other cities, but we don't have anything in place at this time.
Okay, well, if you would continue to look into that, that'd be much appreciated. Thank you. In a different line, if we could, Andrew, the city sent some questions to you before we met here. You did get those, right? What we were really hoping to identify is what is the actual problem that keeps reoccurring at Braywood and Saratoga?
I don't have a definitive answer on that particular intersection that you're referring to. It is something that I can bring to the attention of the team and get some answers back to you. Maybe.
Let me clarify, not an intersection. Saratoga being Saratoga Hills neighborhood.
Okay, right.
And am I pronouncing it correctly? Braywood, which is the opposite end of Calabasas. Those seem to be the two areas where I've heard of the most outages that keep reoccurring.
Yeah.
And we're talking several times a year for 10 years.
Yeah. We'll definitely look at that. I know that with the expedited circuit that we talked about with this CASA, this is a circuit obviously that needs his attention, the ROTA, as it ties into the Crumner as well. And I know that the circuit announcements are the bane of some's existence, but it is a language. It is.
I know, but nobody listening tonight is going to have any idea what you're talking about.
Right, right. So,
Seriously.
And I will say on that, and not to say that I'm offering things that make the city have to go search for information, but on our websites, we are trying to improve things so that if it does say zone or whatever, it'll say Moore Park, Santa Rosa Valley next to it. So the communities that are attached to the zone are right next to it. So we have some things that we are trying to do, but we're, not at the point where we can change circuits because they are kind of a regulated process of getting circuits named. But we will, look into those particular areas and definitely come back with a plan as far as those particular outages, if it's a repetitious situation in those two areas.
Yeah, I think we were hoping to have that tonight. And since we don't, I'm going to ask if you would you follow up with that request?
Sure.
We'd like to know a list of outages. What was the actual cause, whether it was a transformer blew or the, unshielded cables shorted or an animal got stuck in the conduit or the underground conduits got flooded with water.
Right.
There's something that keeps happening over and over again. And we need to know what that is so that we can identify that. In that list that was sent to you, and I just had it and I just lost it on my screen here, but the date and time and the actual cause, I think, is the most important, because when you say you're putting the covered conductors in, that's great. But if the problem that we keep experiencing is a transformer that's blowing, then the covered conductors aren't going to help. And I need to know that what you're doing for the infrastructure replacements is getting to the heart of the problem that keeps reoccurring in these two neighborhoods. I appreciate these slides that you gave us with this, list of the frequency in Calabasas, but it doesn't break it down by neighborhood. And when we say neighborhood and you say circuit, I'd ask one more thing along those lines. And we had asked this of your predecessor. I started to draw upon a map of Calabasas, trying to create a map of the circuits that people could look at and recognize, and then realize that you probably have a map with a layer that you can turn on that shows these circuits. Is that a worthwhile document, you think?
In this process we're talking about, yes. This CASA that I showed was a very poor rendition, but there are other photos that show the overlay of circuits over the communities. So when I showed that one scene, I can go back to my team, work on that, get that to you so you have an overlay of where those circuits are in your city.
That would be a great tool. And I'm sure our communications manager could find many places to post that when we have an outage, to give that visual representation to people of where those circuits cover, where they overlap, et cetera. When it comes to things like this particular map and a list of the actual problems that cause these outages, what's the timeline on getting that information back from you?
I can have with it. I actually do have a list of outages there in a language that may need to be translated a little bit more. XYZ is my kids and Xbox, but it is available and I can get that to you within a week.
Oh, that would be excellent.
You'll send it to everyone.
If you'll send it to Kendon, he'll share it with the team. I think that's the right way to do it. I think at this point, I'm going to hold my tongue and turn it back over to the mayor and our next council member.
Thank you very much. Council Member Albrecht.
Hi, good evening. Thank you very much. You're taking the fire pretty well. Yeah, appreciate it. I've seen you at events. You're a friendly face in the neighborhood. And that's important to us because we're in the same ballgame, and that's service and public safety. Before I make my comments, I want to mention something about Braywood and what you're talking about, Councilman Kraut. I think I have an answer where that problem is. Being a resident for so long, as I drive down, I'm not sure how familiar you are with Calabasas, but you know where Gelson's is?
I do.
Okay, so if you're taking Gelson's from AC Stell toward Mulholland Drive, correct. As you get to the corner of Gelson's, there's two entrances. So actually one entrance and two exits, but the furthest exit from Gelson's, on the Gelson side, there's a transformer there. And I can attest to even last week and over the past 5 or 7 years, at least once a month, there's cones there and there's at least 3 or 4 people working and they're digging and they're replacing and they're fixing. And I was actually tempted last week to turn around and ask them what they're doing because they're here all the time. What could possibly take that long? So I really think that might be it. But move on to my comments.
No, thank you for the detail of the location. Appreciate it.
So I think one of the things that, we find when outages occur, we're all in the dark ages and it's scary for everybody. And we want to try to see how that can be improved. And it's not just a power or inconvenience to families. It's a public safety issue. So sometimes it's an inconvenience because we can have a candlelight ceremony at night and we can have fun and be by candlelight, but when it goes on and on, people have to make arrangements. When we have planned power outages, we get letters or postcards in the mail. We prepare for it. We move food. We happen to have 2 refrigerators. We're lucky we got a small one in the garage, but nonetheless, it's going to be bad. Anything that's frozen is gone. So I think that's a good, important idea that was brought up to see if there's replacement costs for that food. But more importantly, it's the reliability of the information. And in today's world, I think what we're asking is, with the speed of turning on a light and turning off a light, that should be the speed of which we get notified. You are the electric company. You're the ones that control it. And it doesn't make sense to me that you can just have an automated power circuit should be rerouted that way, some kind of software. With all the work and the money you're putting into the infrastructure, that's probably the last thing you're thinking about, because it hasn't changed very much. So I'd like to know, what kind of progress that Southern Cal Edison is making along that communication line.
Well, there are several things. There are certain protocols that are in place as well that factor in. We know that there are momentary outages, so there's certain times on outages that there are certain thresholds that we have to we work toward. That is, if an outage is going to be more than 60 minutes and affect more than 150 people, then we make certain protocols. But you're talking about something totally different in regards to detection and
a message that would just say, power out, undetermined reason, undetermined time. At least we know that and we're expecting a follow-up at some point when you have some more reliable information.
Okay. Yeah, definitely work.
No one's holding, this is not a court where innocent or guilty. It's just a communication issue.
Yeah.
I really like the report. I want to tell you, and I don't have I have good comments. This is almost like a professional audit report. It's very, very good.
Yeah.
And I can see infrastructure success, and it's on a variety of different levels. But still, the actual function of how things work when power is out, it's a black and white issue. Again, what happened? How long? When's it going to be replaced? And some kind of updates on that. We don't have an update yet. Still working on it. Be patient. I think we've all spoken and said an awful lot. I'm not going to be redundant and articulate it differently. So thank you for tonight. Appreciate you.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to also truncate my comments and say, first, thank you for being here, Andrew. Appreciate it. You are part of the community now, and we're going to be working close together to find solutions to a lot of concerns that you've heard tonight, and hopefully some more moving forward. The main things I've heard are my comments. I'll repeat, summarize our notice, a bit direct connection with our city manager, who then will determine the best place to share notice for the city and the residents and council. Public safety, emergency preparedness being of the utmost importance. Hasn't been mentioned, but safety outages or any outages potentially affect seniors, potentially affect individuals who rely on medication or services for their health that could be compromised depending on what backups they may or may not have. Those are important issues. You mentioned in your report, and I did read it, appreciate it. Again, fire safety, potential undergrounding. I know it's expensive, but in certain areas, undergrounding utilities, very important in that regard as well, as long as they're done properly and can weather storms. Mentioned already, but I'll reiterate it, and Councilmember Bazagian brought it up as well, is the rates tied to litigation. And Thomas Fire, Woolsey Fire, I've already mentioned it. I have serious concerns about that. I have for many, long before you were here in front of us or working with us. So that's something I haven't heard an answer to. Comment on. The only question I have is, I will present now to, I don't know if it was John who handled it. When will you know what you're going to be asking for to the PUC for the June 1st rates, if you haven't already asked a number?
Our case is, as we're going to be doing that later this month, I believe.
Okay.
And I'll find out the exact date, but we're petitioning with our rate case in the weeks to come.
Okay, so at that point, can you provide that information to our city manager who will then share it with us, or so we are aware of what is being asked for, if that is appropriate?
I'll find out. This is my first rate case season, so I don't know if that's something that is shareable, but I definitely can let you know when the date is taking place, and obviously give you an update on that.
Yeah, I would think it's public record.
It could be, yeah.
Gotta think so, but maybe I'm off on that one.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, Ron Gales wants to speak.
Oh, Ron was the one. Thank you. Hi, Ron.
Hi, sorry about that. Just very quickly, I think you mentioned what you were asking about was when there would be information about the upcoming rate change on June 1st. Was that what you were asking about?
The rate request and then follow up.
About the rate request?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
The general rate case, which is for years 2025 through 2028, we're going to be making our request on May 15th. That's going to be filed with the California Public Utilities Commission. For the June 1, the upcoming rate change, we'll probably have more clarity about that in the first couple weeks of May. So I just wanted to share that timeline with you.
Let me follow up with you, Ron. Then you're talking about a rate increase on June 1st, but not going to know what you're requesting till May?
Oh no, we have made a request, and I will have share that information to get it to you very quickly. I don't want to misquote it. We've made that request, but we may not need to increase the rates that much depending on the price of natural gas. We made our request based on kind of the high end, what we thought would be kind of the high end of what we think the rates might have been. But fortunately, things are trending in the right direction, and hopefully that there will be less of an increase than we had to request, because our forecasting just has been off because of the natural gas prices have been record breaking and higher than we forecast. But so far things are trending in the right direction. So I will get you what we requested in our what's called an ERA trigger, and that's some more regulatory language. I'm sorry about that, but I can forward that information to Andrew and he can share it with you.
Boy, it's a public document, so can we just get the number you requested now? What number did you put in as a placeholder?
Let me get back to you in just a couple moments because I have to go look that up.
All right. And then my follow-up question was going to be, did you request 6.2% for the January increase? Just so if we know what the likelihood of the same number would be.
Oh, the likelihood of the same number? No. I think at the most we're looking at on the high end would be a 4.4% increase, but that is, we're looking at that as kind of the worst case scenario at this time.
I didn't catch the last part of that. Maybe my hearings, I heard 4.4% and then I didn't understand.
The worst case scenario.
It's fading out.
We need to put a telecom in the room. No, sorry.
Can you hear me?
If you want to repeat that, or obviously, like I said, you can deliver that to me and I can pass it forward.
Yeah, like 6.2% in January and 4.4% high case scenario for June.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And that you'll share with, we have it public now, but at least our city manager, once you know the actual numbers that you're going to be requesting, which sounds like on May 10th, you'll have an idea of what those actual numbers are.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it and appreciate your time again thank you for being here. Any other council comments? I do have some public speaker cards. All right, we'll move on to public speaker cards. They've been patiently waiting. Robert Leah, welcome, one of our commissioners.
Mr. Mayor, council members, you guys have stolen most of my thunder, so I will be a little brief. I live in Saratoga Hills, and I'm the one who created the table. I don't know if you got the whole letter or just the table. You got the whole letter.
Robert, we have to ask you to speak to us, please.
All right. We have a systemic problem in Saratoga Hills, and it needs to be repaired now. 5 outages since the beginning of the year. is beyond belief. I wonder how that fits on their credibility and reliability schedule. Not very well, I think. The city needs to have a point man to work with SCG when there is a major outage. It's very important. It's the only way we're going to know what's going on, because they seem to not know. I got emails under the signature of a Heather Renard. I'm very embarrassed for her. If she put them out, it's bad. If someone else is putting them out under her name, she should fire whoever the other person is. They say 1, 2 hours, 7 hours, then they start adding in 4-hour blocks to when they're going to be repaired. People try to prepare for the outage once they know it's there. Okay, they say it's only going to be 2 hours. We can make it work. And then 2 hours turns into 15 hours. It's totally unacceptable. Lastly, the city should consider, if this continues, the problems in Saratoga Hills, setting up a system where payments can be made to the PUC instead of the SCE until they solve the problems. Okay, I'm done. I'm available for questions if you have any.
Thank you. We can't on a public well, I don't think so anyway, but we appreciate your being here and your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Clark Canfield, welcome back. You didn't leave.
My comments earlier were in a general nature. This is more specific. I've been in the same area, same house for 35 years, and we've had Southern California Edison as our service provider for electricity. We've even had them on auto pay, which we have canceled because of the scenario that I'm going to tell you here in a moment. We've also checked with our neighbors and nobody has that problem but us. And the problem is we got a notification from Southern California Edison back in, I think it's October, saying that their billing system was not working correctly and they would get us a bill at some point in time in the future. And it's very specifically said in the letter, I think twice over, don't contact us, we'll contact you. I'm paraphrasing, obviously. So we go online and look at our bill and it's September bill. And it's a credit, which to be quite honest with you, I don't think we even deserve a credit because I think we've been paying on auto pay, like I said, every month. The problem is we still don't have a bill. We are in March and we're a little concerned at this point with 6 months or so of a potential time bomb hitting us of God only knows how much they say we owe. And, you know, how do we even combat that, you know, or look at the validity of that? My question is, I've seen on Nextdoor, and I don't know if this is real or not, but other people have experienced this and they say something to the effect of that there's some type of regulation out there, and maybe it's with the Utilities Commission that says that if you get billed so much at one time, you only really have to pay, 3 months of it or something like that. But we're very concerned about, we have no way of getting any information through our internet contact with SCE. They specifically say, don't call us. Nobody will be able to answer your questions if you do call us about this problem. And we just sit and wait for this time bomb to hit us. I think talk about poor communications. I think this is the ultimate poor communications. It's very one way and we're a sitting duck. So I wanted to bring that to your attention because I may need some advocates in the future. So I'm going to check with this guy as well. And hopefully the Utilities Commission can answer my questions in reference if there's any regulations on how much you can get charged at what time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I have no other cards for public comment, but Madam Clerk, is there anyone online who at this hour would like to ask some questions?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, seeing none, I'll look to my colleagues one
I
last
take that
time.
back.
I'm sorry, what?
Take it back. I saw a hand. Oh, it's
Okay.
someone from SCE, Ron Gale, sorry.
Okay, Ron, would you like to make a comment or ask a question?
Quick comment for the gentleman who just passed. Yes, that is correct. That is a rule from the CPUC. If your bill is delayed for several months, the most that the utility can charge you for is 3 months. So that is accurate.
Okay, thank you very much.
So you shouldn't have said anything tonight because
Yeah,
you really ruined your bill.
yeah, you just, okay.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a public speaker now.
Okay, and speaker is?
Peter Bowen.
Okay, Peter, welcome. Thanks for staying with us.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, great. Fantastic. Yeah. I don't know, but I think the board must have got a 35-page PowerPoint presentation from me. I did send it in. It's a complete scenario of what I've been through with SCE. I wrote them 4 registered letters. I never got an answer off one single letter. They have sent me a payment program which I don't know about, don't know why I've got at all. But the following, because obviously I've looked into all this and I've wondered why I've never got any information. And as you can hear, I'm an Englishman. So maybe sometimes understanding me is a little bit more difficult. However, I've been looking into CSE, and according to a report on the Edison webpage, patrons of Southern California Edison are billed an average residential electricity price of 25.13 cents per kilowatt hour. This is regrettably, as they say, for their consumers, 0.34% higher than the state's average price of 25.05. I think by any standards, most would say, okay, that's a small percentage. However, what makes this far more complicated is CRE then adopt a green energy supplier who have no administrative authority, who charge far less than CRE do for their power, which CRE separately bill the consumer for because our city leaders have agreed to it. This seems all strange to me. But according to the CRE bills themselves, in Calabasas, you are able to see that they charge between 23 and 29 cents per kilowatt hour. That is on my watch, an average of 26 cents per kilowatt hour, still higher than the state's average. However, as can be seen on the billing, SCE reached this figure without generation and supply, only on delivery. Yet then again, a small sum on the bill turns up $1 so-and-so is for the cost of delivering the electricity to our homes. Perhaps someone can enlighten us where CRE have increased their full package energy rate and added on a completely new tariff rate for supply and generation of clean energy, although that was the incorporated rate before CPA came along. And now you're begging for even more.
Peter, thank you. I did not get the city, your city of Calabasas.
Calabasas, yes.
Yes, that's what I thought.
I'm in Mount Calabasas.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments and your question. Okay, are there any other
No other, Mr. Mayor.
no other comments from the public? And seeing no other questions at this point from council, questions were raised by the public. I know, Andrew, you are here and you've heard us loud and clear. You've also heard the public, and part of the fact that you're being here, everyone who is here, it's a step towards in the right direction of what we're trying to get to. And we appreciate it very much. You're not going to solve every problem, but your being here is a good step. So thank you. All right, move forward to the next. It is California Public Utilities Commission. Last but not least, certainly. Christopher Moore is here via Zoom, and welcome and thanks for staying on.
Yeah, thanks for having me. So I only had one question to that specifically from the council to prepare for it. It seemed like that, and with a number of other questions here mirrored was the general scrutiny into utility spending requests. So I'll outline that briefly, and then we can get into some questions. I would say overall, a lot of these issues here can be highlighted to me if you're having issues overall with notifications, you're having reliability issues. These are the type of things that I can put in requests and our staff can follow up on, and we can. It's good for our staff to know. So I'd say that overall it's good just to let us know, keep us in the loop on these things, because we can put a little added scrutiny on those. So with that, I'll launch into a little bit on how we regulate the utilities. SCE talked a little bit about general rate cases. So utilities generally, they come to us with a forecast of future expenditures, which they claim necessitates a rate increase. This reasonableness of this forecast is scrutinized through a proceeding, which is known as the general rate case. They're overseen by an administrative law judge, and they're adversarial in nature, with numerous parties protesting, submitting briefs in opposition to the utilities forecast. Public participation, evidentiary hearings are a key part of this process, and the utilities past spending is scrutinized. Utilities are not they're permitted. We don't tell them exactly what they can spend everything on. They make these forecasts. They may adjust and spend on other things, but then that in the course of that cycle, but in that case, that spending, those changes in spending are scrutinized in a future general rate case. If there is misuse of ratepayer funds, separate investigatory proceedings are opened, and utilities may face fines or other penalties. Furthermore, because we have in the issue, we have had past issues with moving spending out of safety and reliability maintenance into other accounts. We actually have a separate process called annual risk spending accountability reports, which track whether money that has been requested for safety, reliability, and maintenance is in fact going there. So in addition to, in terms of overall pressure on rates, rates were lower than inflation for a period in up until recently, and they are increasing, and they look to be increasing for the next few years. This is due to a number of factors. We have a report which I can send after this, which annually we look at. We're required by the legislature through Senate Bill 695 to look at rates, their trends, and then identify means of trying to deal with rates. So there's wildfire costs are a big part of them. Other issues such as net energy metering, which we recently had a decision on, which a lot of you have heard about. A lot of these things, so in terms of energy transition, in terms of wildfire costs, these are also putting pressure on rates. We have, like I said, we have reports on these, and we regularly report to the legislature. I would say an important factor here is that generally the cost of generating electricity, and in terms of natural gas as a commodity, these are pass-throughs. So while there's a lot of people are justifiably upset with their gas bills, SoCal Gas isn't making money off of those as a commodity that's passed through. Those costs are being passed straight to the consumer, and SoCal Gas is not making a profit on those. So overall, I heard something early on in the beginning, which I think is about Calabasas maybe working with other cities to become involved in our proceedings. I would encourage that. Talking to our electric rate staff, they would encourage that as well. It's essential that we hear from parties to proceedings. It's essential that they submit protests and briefs. either in favor in some cases, but generally in opposition to, and help us scrutinize utility rate requests. We do have reliable and knowledgeable ratepayer advocates who are already there. In terms of, we have an independent arm, the Public Advocates Office, or Cal Advocates. We also have numerous different community-based organizations or nonprofits. One that is prominent is the Utility Reform Network, who are in there and scrutinizing and have a lot of experience scrutinizing utility rate requests. But especially when it comes to, I think the electric rates we're seeing, especially when it comes to utility wildfire spending, a lot of the requests right now are quite reasonable and necessary, and driven by the changing climate and the need to deter the mega fires. But utility wildfire spending, as they see, is that it can keep going up, and we need to actually have cities up there and talking about there is at some point utility lines are likely to cause large fires, but at a certain point the fuel's there. At a certain point there's going to be a cost benefit analysis, because there's going to be other sources of potential fires too. So it's important that we actually start hearing from cities. Actively participating and proceeding can require substantial staff time. That's possible. We've seen, especially City of Thousand Oaks has been quite active in utility and water utility general rate cases. In terms of public safety power shutoff, we've seen Malibu acquired legal counsel, and cities and counties working together could combine resources and make their voice heard on these proceedings. With that, I think I'll open it up to questions. I did look at, in terms of SoCal Gas's rate request. They're looking to it looks like they're looking, it would be a monthly cost for 36 terms of about another $8.50 per month. And total revenues, it looks like they're asking for about, so in 2024 they're asking for 20% over 2023 expected revenues.
Okay, before I go to question, I just have to ask to clarify the last two sentences. The SoCal gas rate of about $106 or so a year, if I heard you right, and I could be off on that by a few dollars, that was for this year, and the 2024 is another 20%, or did I misunderstand?
So the 2024 it's a 20% increase, which is, it looks like it's a cost of about $8.50 per month.
Thank you very much. And then the document you indicated you would be able to send to us, will you please send to our city manager, and then we can share with our council? I appreciate it.
That number is not right.
And
is your gas bill $40? Yeah, that's not right. Percent increase is not $8 a month.
No, this would be the increase of $8 for a customer using 36 therms. So the median that would be the monthly increase.
Can we go by percent? It's a 20% increase they're asking for. The 20% is for their revenue, for their overall revenue. Sounds like a 20% increase.
The 20% increase is for their overall revenue. That will be spread across their rate base, but this is a number for the average residential customer.
Go ahead, Councilmember Zajan. Since you started, I was going
that sense. No one's bill is $40 anymore. I don't see how that could possibly.
The 40%, and this is at the end of the day, bringing SoCal Gas in to bring these would be better. But this is the 20% the 20% is connected to SoCal Gas's increase in expected revenues. It's not the $8.50. That would be spread out over.
Okay. You know what? let's skip over this. It'd be a lot clearer, of course, you understand, if they had bothered to show up at the hearing they responded that they would show up to, instead of telling us this morning they weren't showing up. So comments to the Public Utilities Commission. Are we allowed to make these virtually now?
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't have to go to Sacramento, wherever you guys are around the state. We can just do it virtually?
Yeah. Yes. Generally speaking, especially, I mean, the public participation hearings always have a virtual hearing now. And in terms of a lot of the workshops and a lot of the other, generally speaking, most of the business is now either virtual or hybrid.
Okay, so you've been listening to the conversation, and you've heard from the mayor, from myself, from other people on the council and the public. There seems to be a very suspicious correlation between legal judgments exacted against Southern California Gas and Southern California Edison and these rate increases, which makes it appear that what's happening is they're just simply passing along their judgments to the consumers that have been harmed by the conduct, who have to then pay again. What steps does the Public Utilities Commission take to ensure that that is not happening?
I mean, this is what's scrutinized in the general rate cases. The utilities come to us with. So if they were in fact doing that, it would be fraudulent behavior, and they would be subject.
Well, we know that. But what verification process or validation process does it go through? You referenced it, but you didn't describe what that means. Is it assigned to administrative analysts over there? Do they investigate? Do they take testimony?
It's more as a quasi judicial process. So they make their request. They submit documents. Those are scrutinized by, just as you might have in a judicial proceeding that's scrutinized. There's initially usually a public participation hearing early to get general feedback. There's early protest from parties to the utilities rate request, who generally believe that the full request should be denied, and give reasons for that. And then there are evidentiary hearings.
Okay, you've heard some testimony this evening that there is some substandard performance allegations against some of the utilities, and some specific examples have been given. Does the Public Utilities Commission ever tie rate request grants to certain standards of performance of improvements when you hear complaints like this? And how do you follow up on that?
We have, so there has been work with PG&E to tie bonuses and the like more closely to their wildfire work. In terms of standards and reliability, especially around public safety power shutoffs, there's been a lot of scrutiny. We don't specifically tie those to rate request or performance, but there are standards that are put out there, and we do come out with rules that have to be met. So especially when communication is an example where we've had to come out with new, because communication providers have not been meeting the reliability standards they claimed they would be able to meet, especially during public safety power shutoffs. We have come out with new rules, such as this 72-hour rule that came out of just a few years ago. We actually asserted police powers in that area, and we saw this as a need for public safety, which previously we really hadn't had much regulation, especially for wireless and wireline non-copper. Communications, well, we currently have a proceeding open related to service quality, because we've been seeing, because there's a number of technologies that are, such as voice over internet, the greater people using cell phones as their primary communication device. So we are currently have a rulemaking open where we're coming up with new standards for those. So to create more enforceable standards, so that and those will be, if those standards aren't met. Similarly, when with PG&E neglected maintenance, they ended up related to some gas pipelines. They ended up with over $1 billion in fines.
Okay.
So where those standards are promulgated, and then investigations and fines can be forthcoming if they're not met.
I have one final observation. I don't know if you're going to have any comment after this, but it's the following. I did a little investigation on my own under the backgrounds of the public utility commissioners. And I, there's not much I could do in a short period of time, but I did some. Just seems to me part of the problem is these are political appointees. They're not necessarily representative of the general public. These look to me more like corporate executives who are industry focused. And my impression of the way the Public Utilities Commission operates is that when they have these meetings and these hearings, the average citizen is just swamped by industry executives and industry lobbyists. And there's very little public advocacy going on, that the average person, some people may attend and maybe a few cities go and comment, but they're really overrun and overwhelmed by the utilities. And there's just really no sympathy on the board for the average consumer, because they're really not average consumers themselves. They come from the industry, some of them, and they it seems to me from their backgrounds, they generally tend to sympathize with the industry. But hopefully that will change. I mean, there's a breaking point at which the public is going to decide that it's worth their while to get a little more active. So I do think you're going to see a lot more public participation, hopefully including from the city out here. But thank you for your time. I know it's a difficult job, and I don't mean to beat up on you, but it is very frustrating that the Public Utilities Commission seems so inaccessible to the average citizen.
I mean, it's difficult. We're aware it's a difficult agency to approach. We don't necessarily work in the most, we have a lot of jargon. It's not easy. That's partly why my job exists, is to help people navigate that. But even so, I'm one person, and I work across my unit has 8 people for the 40 million people of California. So,
well, actually, it's 500,000 less than there were 2 years ago because people are leaving the state. But that's another story. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Weintraub? Nothing. Okay, thank you. Turn to Councilmember Kraut.
Thank you, Chris, for joining us this evening. I know it's late in the hour here. I did have a few questions coming in. I would really love to get some answers to before we conclude, though. It's been brought up many times that the gas prices increased in the first month of the year here in California, but not in other parts of the state. Is that a fair statement? And could you tell us why it seems that way?
In California, as opposed to the rest of the country, is what you're.
I'm sorry, the rest of the country.
Yeah, and generally speaking, I think the West, I believe Oregon may have seen some similar price increases, but generally speaking, is because we're at the end of the line. We don't have much local production, so and we had quite a cold winter, and so we don't have the local production, and some of our storage is actually is not online. I mean, Aliso Canyon's still only at 50%. So those were the major drivers of the cost increase, and we had a hearing, I believe, last month, which established that there may have been. So there was some looking into whether there's price manipulation by maybe some of the sellers. This would not be one of our regulated utilities, but it would be people selling to them. Nothing's been concluded there. The criticism I've seen, which comes from a valid source in terms of what could have been done differently, is it sounds like PG&E actually was better hedged for these increases than SoCal Gas was, and that actually the CPUC should be requiring SoCalGas to be better hedged in the event that this happens in the future.
I'm sorry, who should require Southern California Gas to be better hedged?
The Public Utilities Commission.
Okay. So is that something that you're working on? Is that?
Not me specifically. This was something written recently in a news article. I haven't had time to check with the team that would be working on that, but it was a very prominent source, so I guarantee it's on their radar.
Okay, is that something that we can be following up with? Something that you can be following up with? I mean, how do we take these ideas and get them implemented?
I can follow up on that and see if the team. I'll put it in. I'll say that the Calabasas City Council is interested. Is very concerned that they had this ratepayer forum, and that they wanted to see if there's going to be follow up on making sure that SoCalGas is better prepared for some constraints and supply constraints in cold weather in the future.
I'll give you 3 topics if I can. First of all, would be that Southern California Gas needs to be hedging their rates so that they're prepared for these fluctuations in the market. The second one you already mentioned, which is, was there any sort of manipulation of the market by the sellers? I think that's an area where the California Public Utilities Commission really needs to exert some weight and get to the bottom of that question. And then the last one comes to mind from my council members, Shapiro and Bazagian have mentioned that right after large settlements, it seems like that's when the rate hikes come. So my question to you is, doesn't it make sense, and do you, when you look at rate hikes after a settlement, look at profit and bonuses? Because really, if the settlements, if the legal damages that they've caused that they are now required to pay for, if all they do is pass it on to the ratepayers, there's no penalty. The only way that there's penalty is if, when you're looking at the rate increases, you also look at profit and bonuses, and those must be lower than the previous years. Otherwise, there's no sense in having a settlement. So do you look at those numbers when you approve rate hikes? And if not, how do we get that implemented?
I mean, generally speaking, their cost. So in terms of their costs, what they make profit on is going to be on the rate of return. That's going to be on capital investments. That's what they can make a return on, and that's what they can pay their shareholders with. If they're in terms of other costs, they would have to be somehow fudging the numbers in terms of these general rate cases, which these get scrutiny. These go through evidentiary hearings. I can try this specific question. I can try to get see if I can get better clarity on that. But generally speaking, it's a dangerous game for utilities to try to take what should be ratepayer funds that aren't authorized and turn those into profits. So PG&E ended up with a shareholder lawsuit when it was trying to do that too. It's at the end of the day, they can get heavily fined by us, and it actually, it's not what their core business is or should be.
But maybe I'm missing the point then. If their profit is simply tied to the infrastructure improvements,
mm-hmm.
then before and after the lawsuit, their ability to make money hasn't changed. They haven't been shorted anything.
Well, it's a matter of where they pay for the funds. What they pay for is that when penalties are assessed, they're required to pay. There's stipulations of where they pay that from, and often it has to come from shareholder funds.
I think that's where they should be coming from. And again, as has been mentioned, if you look back at each of the settlements, Edison, after the fires, if you look at the gas company here after Porter Ranch, the rates increased right afterwards. It's got to be viewed as more than just a coincidence. And I think
the other thing is that them paying for expenses related to a fire is not that may, in some cases, in some of those cases, they are allowed to use ratepayer funds. There's a whole separate, in terms of wildfire costs are paid for by, there's now a separate account, which is part shareholder and part ratepayer funds. But there's no, but in terms of, yes, there are some ratepayer funds that would be going towards, that would be going towards that. So, and then there's also going to be a correlation in terms of that they're going to have to overall be doing more. I mean, wildfire costs are the big driver of spending. So you're going to have them going and having to do distribution system and transmission system upgrades, and then doing vegetation management and the like. And those are the big driver of cost increase right now.
all right. I'm out of questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Albrecht.
Thank you very much. Nice to make your acquaintance, Chris. I'm just curious, what's your role? What's your position with the California Public Utilities Commission?
So I'm a local government liaison. I help local governments and community-based organizations, communities just get answers to their questions at the PUC. I help them. We do webinars regularly on different topics, and generally help people work across, attend community events, and just generally people work across our different industry divisions and navigate the PUC.
The formal title?
I mean, my formal title is a Public Utilities Regulatory Analyst 3.
Okay. I just have a couple of things. And, to the naked eye, what we've been talking about tonight, there's no need to go over it again. It seems pretty clear that the rate increases are tied in. It's just too obvious, and probably something for the Attorney General to look into. And I hope that could happen. It's just also a little scary when you say that their object is to have a straight line return on investment, and they're not taking any other considerations into play. They don't have a reduction of profit based on the reliability or proportional reduction to service. There's so many things that are uncomfortable about this. Looking forward to making our comments when the commission meets for the price increases. Thank you for coming in tonight. I know it's late. We've covered a lot of bases, and I think those are my comments for tonight.
Thank you. Thanks, Chris, for being here. I just have a couple more comments than anything, but the first, I'll start with a question. You kept bringing up the fact of wildfires leading to higher costs, I believe, and you're referring to SCE at that point, and you mentioned other utilities as well, I believe.
The electric utilities, PG&E, SCE, and San Diego Gas and Electric.
And gas, I couldn't hear the last one. I'm sorry.
SDG&E.
San Diego Gas and Electric, not SoCal Gas, correct?
SoCal Gas, a big driver, needs for system upgrades for reliability and safety is a major driver too, but that is as closely related to wildfires.
Okay, and I know you've been on a long time, but I start off just for clarity's sake, and letting you know where I have been involved in my day job. I was involved in litigation with Aliso Canyon, Porter Ranch gas leak matter. So, and I'm aware of the PG&E Chapter 11 in Northern California, in large part due to the findings of their failure to maintain their poles leading to the fires. They were the cause of those. That was the determination, as my understanding. So, and SoCal Edison had settlements. I don't know about trial results, but settlements due to the, among others, the Thomas and the Woolsey fire, as mentioned earlier. All those, again, and you're mentioning it in the wildfire costs causing increases relate to, at least in PG&E's case, absolute determination of their fault, their liability. Yet the rates are a consideration by the PUC still to go up. That is, to me, not necessarily the way things should work. I understand you're representing in this case, but just my comments, same when with Aliso Canyon, I want to be careful what I say, but I'll say it's, as far as I know, it's as far as I understand, the largest gas leak in the history of the US. And so to say that it's now performing only at 50%, that was in large part due to the determinations, the resolution, I believe, and the safety issues, and the fact that there are 10-year studies going on for health concerns as to what potential could be for especially children in those cases. So again, that's my 2 cents. I won't ask you for a response, but again, I have to respond based on your comments to those couple items, that there are issues and they're all based in litigation as far as I see, and resolution and settlements as we've talked about tonight. So talking about fire safety, are you supporting, is PUC supporting or at all mandating any undergrounding of utilities to help stop wildfires in zones where you have, in Northern California, let's say substandard maintenance for poles, wood poles?
PG&E is undertaking, I think what they're going to do, or I believe it's like 10,000 miles or something. They were going to do a very high level of undergrounding. I mean, once again, though, that will show up. That's going to be showing up in the rate base, though. So they'll be doing that undergrounding, but that's something that ratepayers will pay for.
So again, out of the resolution which occurred up there, or is occurring up there, there is an increase to taxpayers, which has been mentioned by Councilmember Bazagian, myself, and others. Okay. I know you mentioned rates were raised lower than inflation earlier, but isn't it true for years, not just after the settlements, that multiple raises occurred? So while one rate might be lower than inflation, if you multiply 2 or 3 together, they obviously become more than inflation over those years. Talking about, again, related to SoCal Gas. They're not here, so I'm asking that only about them.
I'm not as clear on SoCal Gas, but in terms of PG and Edison, their total rates were increasing by less than inflation up until relatively recently.
And is that per year or per increase? That's what I'm asking.
Per year.
Okay. I'll look back. And again, I mentioned earlier, I was at those hearings. I did not testify because I was involved in litigation, but here in Southern California, there were a number of hearings that the PUC held about 5.5 years ago related to the Aliso Canyon and related to the SoCal Gas's request for increases. There was an amazing amount of public outcry. There were briefs filed, there were opposition. And as a matter of fact, it didn't make one bit of difference, other than at one point, I think the hearings were shut down because they were too potentially volatile. But the rates got agreed upon and approved and accepted. So while I'm interested in us supporting our region and working together or doing what we can, I have certain questions about whether or not it will make much difference. I hate to be a pessimist because I'm not. All right, those are enough of my comments. It's late. I do have a public speaker card. She is not here, but I'm going to ask the question, which is, how much, is there a limit on how much, or is there a law as to how much utilities can increase at a time, at one time, a request on the PUC?
I'm not aware of one. It's a matter of what, what's determined reasonable in a general rate case.
Understood. I don't have any other speaker cards. That's Robin Dargy, who's not here. Is there anyone online at this hour?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Are there any other council comments or questions? Hearing none, I will say thank you very much, Chris, for being here. I appreciate it very, very much. In light of my comments, in spite of my comments, I appreciate your being here and providing us some information, and hopefully we can work together and see you in the near future.
Yeah, if you've got questions, if you've got these, don't hesitate to get in touch.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. We are at the end of our public hearing tonight. Now we'll move on to informational reports for the check register for the period February 11th, February 24th, 2023. Are there any questions regarding the check register? Seeing none, we'll move on to task force.
I thought you were going to keep open the public hearing.
No, we'll just.
It's not a legal public hearing, so we can just set it as a new item.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are there any task force reports? Anyone? I'm going to look for a hand or.
Yeah, I'll go real quick.
Okay.
February 23rd, homeless task force with Councilmember Weintraub and myself. February 23rd, budget committee with council members, Mayor Shapiro and myself. Sorry about that. February 23rd, lawn to drought tolerant presentation at Founders Hall. That was fantastic. February 24th, the Vica State Office Holders Dinner. February 26th, attended the celebration for retired Ranger Mike Malone. And February 27th, the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy board meeting. That's all I've been doing lately. Thanks.
Well, if you're not busy, just say so. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your great work. Any other? I have a bunch, but I'm not going to go into them. Go ahead.
I've attended several contract cities and League California Cities events, but nothing to report from those at this time. I'll send you something if when we have upcoming things. So. All
right. I have a lot, but I will go ahead and do them in a memo if that's good, or save them for next meeting. The only thing I can say is our wireless task force had some meetings with two of our providers, and they were very successful and good. And other than that, I will turn to the city manager having anything to report.
Mr. Mayor, only one item, and this is on behalf of Mayor Pro Tem Weintraub. She just wanted to express appreciation to Cooper Galassi for his presentation tonight on skate parks, and a recommendation that this might be an item that would go to the pre for further consideration.
Okay. No report from you though. Okay. And now we're at any requests for future agenda or items.
Yes.
Yes, Councilmember Bazagian.
Yes, as I hinted earlier, I would like, and of course this would require other council members to agree, I would like the staff to do a deeper dive into the Public Utilities Commission and how a municipality like Calabasas can participate meaningfully in the hearings. This would require, before we do it, a report on how they meet, where they meet, what the process is for public comment and submission of written testimony. I don't just want to dive into it without knowing that, and then it would have to come back here for us to take positions. But this would be with the idea of doing this before the next rate increase request goes to them.
I'm not trying to be negative. The only comment, I think I made it publicly, is while I support our being involved, I don't necessarily support spending a lot of staff time or money, because I hate to say it, I think it's a waste. I don't think anything will come of it. That's being honest.
I agree that probably nothing will come of it, but I think our residents are relying on us to make the attempt. And perhaps if we set the example, other cities will follow, and there will be enough outcry so that this nonsense can stop. No one is representing the consumers up there, in my view, the average member of the public, shall we say.
If you're waiting on a second, I'm with Councilmember Shapiro here, I think that is a waste of staff time. I think it might be worth a council member or two exploring it at their next venture to see what it's like, and then maybe coming back and revisit it at a later date. I'd be glad to participate in that, but I would not recommend spending staff time preparing and digging into this topic. I think it's a dead end.
Okay.
Seeing nothing, it sounds like we could have a task force if we wanted.
Well, Alicia was interested in it, but she left. So
Peter
if
volunteered.
nobody else is interested in it, then it doesn't get done. So that's that.
Again, I'm interested in exploring it. I'll explore it with you. We'll attend the meetings. We'll do a little bit of research, but spending staff time to do so just does not seem like a good waste of time.
Well, I just don't know the logistics of how to go about doing that. I think staff should explore how to do it. I don't mind being the person who testifies or prepares a memoranda, but I don't really know how we do that. And I think you do need staff to explore how you go about meaningfully doing that. I've never attended a Public Utilities Commission meeting in person or virtually.
I have a number of them.
Well, maybe you're ideal for preparing.
Yeah. And there were some amazing briefs presented, amazing, by the top attorneys, maybe in the state. But I think it's worth discussing, but I don't think we have a desire, at least right now, to put staff time.
I just put it out.
Okay.
If no one else wants staff to do it, then it's not going to get done.
Okay. Any other future agenda items? It's awful. Nope. Seeing none. We are officially adjourned to the next meeting, which is March 22nd at 7 p.m. Have a great night.